Rise and shine, family. Rise and shine, man. This is going to be another great build, man. We got to do the second part of this testimony from yesterday. All right. Got to do part two. So we about to have a good one. I'm just making sure I'm set up. So we about to have a All right, cool. Yesterday I didn't broadcast on Facebook, but I am broadcasting on Facebook also today with YouTube. I would prefer you guys to come on over to YouTube and let's get set up there because I'm going to be doing these type of live engagements a lot. Okay, so let's get excited, family. We about to get started here in a second. Give me one moment. Like I said, we're gonna get started. Give me 1 second, family. I know my camera gonna follow me, but it's cool. Have one of those OBS bot cameras that kind of follow you around, so I got to get the camera back adjusted. They be tripping. Let's see here. Make sure I'm straight. All right, family. So you guys can type in if you were here yesterday, what you guys learned from the actual testimony yesterday that we heard. What did you guys learn? Many of you guys are seeing that easily she instigated this, or she's the catalyst for all of this. Those guys would have never showed up at his house being violent at all. The fight would have never ensued. That the boy would still be alive to this day if they did not go over there, right? Okay, Shamoon, I don't know what you owe me an apology for, love. And I don't know why some people can't message me either. It's crazy. You could try me on Instagram, though. Kevin Wesley _ be the evolution, I think. Something like that. I don't know why I don't know my handles by heart. That's crazy. So you don't know what's happening, Cynthia. Well, listen, so what's happened is a man is facing life in prison. He was a former NFL player. His girlfriend went through his phone, found that he was cheating. He said some inflammatory things to her. She said some things back. She starts hitting him. She ends up calling her brothers. He does not hit her back, but she calls her brothers to say he did. Her brother has friends, of course, who they consider like brothers. And 4 of them go over there. And it ends up in someone being unalived, someone else being injured, $70,000 in hospital bills to be exact, because he was hit too. Basically, the NFL player put 36 rounds into the car they were driving. Okay. But many of us watched this testimony yesterday, and we could see that she is very vindictive. She is very toxic. She evades questions. Clearly, she had something to do with that, and she don't want to be accountable to it. And we only got through about half of the cross-examination. And so what we're going to do today is we're going to finish this cross-examination up, and we're just going to talk about some different things from different perspectives as we go. One of the things I want you guys to keep in mind is that she called or she texted her brother and his friends in a group chat and said, shoot his shit up. Once the brother said he's a dead man walking, she responds with, please shoot his shit up. She also threatened them before she left the house that she was going to send her brothers over to KILL them, right? And guys, you have to ask yourself, why are these things even crossing her mind? Shoot his shit up. Okay, let's just say someone did insult you, they did disrespect you, they did put their hands on you. Why is that your first thought? She knows her brothers carry guns, so she knows that they're built like that. So she must be built like that. You got to think your go-to move, the first thing you think of says a lot about you. You understand? So it says a lot to even just first off think, shoot his shit up. Like drive by something, right? Come over there with guns and just air him out. Not call the police, not go through any type of protocol. Not talk to your parents about it, but call your brother and say, come over here and just handle him for me. You can't now stand on the outside and say, well, I didn't mean for that to happen, but that's what she's doing. However, guys, she's not the one being tried here. He is. So many of you guys watch this and say, well, she should be tried and she should have an accessory. She should have something to do with this. She should have some type of conviction, some accountability. Well, if we're going to watch this case, we're going to find out probably why she doesn't, why she's not on trial here. She probably has immunity even now to even be a witness. If they would really truly try to convict this man of murder in the first degree, it would be detrimental to put her on the stand, but they have. And I would think for her to be willing to get on the stand, there has to be some type of immunity for her because of the way she's carrying herself and acting. But no further ado, family, I am going to go ahead and hit play. And like yesterday, I will be pausing and we'll be talking, okay? As we get started, remember, if you guys want me to respond to your comment, send a super chat, okay? If I say something that enlightens you that you can take back to your family, send a super chat. Hit like, okay? Everybody that's available now, go ahead and hit like for me if you don't mind. Please hit like, okay? That's free, family. Well, we about to get it in though. All right, so this can be pretty lengthy, so I'm going to go ahead and get started. All right, let's go.
Not his concealed weapons permit.
She's argumentative.
What's the objection, please?
I'm objecting because it is misleading. The question is misleading.
All right, rephrase. It is.
You knew that your brother owned at the time of the incident one gun. Is that correct? A Glock?
Correct.
That's your testimony?
Correct.
But he also owned other guns, right?
I'm not sure during his time of how many guns. I don't.
Well, are you aware that he had a 9mm Taurus that he sold to Tyler Robinson?
Yes.
Okay. What other guns are you aware of that your brother had and sold?
The like button is for those of you on YouTube, Facebook. It don't really have that, but you can shoot some hearts up on Facebook and all that good stuff, okay? But as far as if you're on YouTube, hit like, and if you're not on YouTube, consider coming over to YouTube and subscribing if you have a YouTube channel, family, and hit like, okay? Well, let's continue.
The gun that you just mentioned. I know he sold that to Tyler.
Any other guns that you're aware of that he had and sold?
No.
You're not aware that he had a 380 that he purchased and sold?
No.
You knew that Tyler Robinson.
Family, on Facebook, it's on Be the Evolution. Kevin West to Be the Evolution if you're looking for it on Facebook, okay? But I prefer to stay on YouTube. Let's go though.
Also, at the time of the incident, owned a gun, the Taurus 9mm. Did you not?
No.
The gun that your brother sold, you weren't aware that that Tyler still.
I'm not aware of the exact transaction, when the transaction happened, how many days. I'm not aware of that, but yes, I am aware that the gun was sold to Tyler.
And you're aware that Tyler Robinson suffered since then. Tyler Robinson, in fact, did take a gun with him to Travis Rudolph's house, right? If you know.
If you know.
Didn't know that.
So to this day, as you're sitting here, you're telling this jury, hold on, you're telling this jury as you sit here today under oath, that this is the first time you're hearing that Tyler Robinson brought a gun with him to Travis Rudolph's house. Is that what you're telling the jury?
No.
So when did you learn that Tyler Robinson brought a gun to Travis Rudolph's house?
I can't remember the exact time I learned.
But you know that now, right? Right?
Yes, I know that now.
So you tell Tyler and your brother to go shoot his shit up, and Tyler Robinson actually brought a gun to his house, right?
Huh?
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Have you ever asked Tyler Robinson why he brought his gun there?
He says he carries his gun
The
on.
question is, did you ask him?
No, I never asked him.
You were just going to give an answer. So which is it?
You didn't let me, so you choose.
Oh, see right there,
Jones,
family? Do you see that, family? The total disrespect. Like she's not sitting in a courtroom. You're not in a kitchen at home arguing with your boyfriend or husband. You can't just talk any kind of way that you want to and then use what they do against them. You see what I'm saying? But that's what she's trying to do right here. Like, yo, it's just all the slick talk. And again, guys, I talked about yesterday how the lawyer did not hold her accountable to this type of behavior in court, how she is there for to be questioned. She is cross-examining her, meaning that you are mine until I'm done with you. I ask the questions, you don't ask them. You don't get to say smart stuff to me. I can hold you in an attempt, or the judge can. And nobody seems to be doing anything about her attitude. It makes the line of questioning much more complicated because she evades questions, and it takes forever just to get a simple question answered through her. She switches up. You can clearly tell that she's lying. She's changed up from the original thing that she said. They have to completely remind her of what she said in another different at different points. So she completely is in perjury. They never hold her accountable to any of that. And we're seeing this attitude just escalate. And I talked about yesterday how they're not going to have boundaries if you're not going to hold them accountable. At home, a man can say whatever. He can scream till he blue in the face. She will not comply. If she's not the type to be work withable, she is not going to comply. She's going to talk to him however she wants to, okay? In the moment. That's what she's going to do. And he'll just have to take that or whatever, because he can't make her. And so women are used to this. In court, though, you don't get to do that. In court, you have to respond. Now, guys, an attitude isn't against the law, okay? Having smart remarks are not against the law. So these are not punishable by law. So a woman knows that, okay? So she'll be very venomous with you. And if you respond back with anything physical, of course, now you've broken the law. You understand? If you put her out, she'll say, you put me out and you just threw me out and you took away my security. So it's like you don't have any boundaries. You can't put her out. Or she'll say you did something to her and she's going to punish you for that. Tell lies on you, say your thing little, say you're gay, so forth and so on. Have her brothers come beat you up. You understand? Many men find themselves in a situation like this where it's almost like they don't know what to do when a woman is being venomous like this. But however, in court, there's rules that you can hold her to. You can literally hold her into contempt if she does not comply with these rules. But again, I want you guys to see this again, family. All right. And I stop this and talk about this when it happens because I want ladies and men alike to understand what our children are into whenever they argue from home with their partners. If your daughters are talking to men like this, if your sons are talking the way they said he talked to her, I'm telling you, it's going to be danger waiting to happen. We cannot disrespect each other and expect them to just take the disrespect and them to take the high road. They may not respond how you think they should. So you may say they shouldn't have done all of that from something you said, but you probably shouldn't have said it. And so the moment you get out of line, you're inviting them to. You understand? And people don't take accountability for what they're doing to trigger each other. And it's sad because the way they respond is ending people's lives, ending their own freedoms, ending their own life. And it's sad. All right. But I want you guys to listen closely to how she responds. Again, most of communication is nonverbal. Watch the body language, watch the contempt. And again, she is not even on trial here, but the behavior is unreal. I'm going to go back a bit so we can get back to it. Let's go.
Gun there?
He says he carries his gun
The
on.
question is, did you ask him?
No, I never asked him.
You were just going to give an answer. So which is it?
You didn't let me, so you choose.
Ms.
You-
Jones, just answer.
Sorry.
Question was,
Now notice she'll have a different type attitude towards the judge, but as this goes on, she'll even begin to low-key disrespect him. So when the judge says something to her, it's sorry, right? Like you didn't just get smart. And the judge should have came in with a little bit more authority than that, because it appears now, well, you don't have to listen to her, but you got to listen to me, right? And it shows that she doesn't respect the person who's cross-examining her because she has a whole different attitude with the judge. And the lawyer is not putting her on trial. They have to ask these questions. They have to ask the complicated questions. So you know this is not personal, but look at how she's acting. Okay, let's continue.
What was the question?
question was, did you ever ask him?
No.
Okay, next question.
See, when the judge asked the question, he got a straight no, right? But when the lawyer asked the question, did you ever ask him why did he bring his gun? Well, he said he always, no, that's not what I asked you. I asked you, does he ever bring his gun? But you know what? What were you going to say? You the one know so much. You interrupted. You tell me. The judge, no, you have to answer the question. Sorry. What was the question? The question was, why didn't you ask him? Or did you ask him? No. Now I can get an answer. It's not the question. It's the person she's disrespecting. Do you understand? So a lot of times a woman will be telling you, it's how you said it. It's how you said it. If you would have said it like this, they're doing you like that because they don't respect you. You understand? She's not going to be sitting here telling the judges how you said it. Well, you did this and you did that. You're not in the position to correct me. You just have to answer the questions. All these things should be key indicators that a person does not respect you if they cannot comply a simple question with you. You understand? But let's continue.
Is the way you talk to me, is that the way you talk to Travis?
How am I talking to you? I feel like I'm being respectful.
Okay.
So, like, I'm going to talk about this a bit, okay? The way you talk to me is that how you talk to Travis. Mind you guys, when I watched this for the first time, I said this before her. I said, I bet that's how she talked to Travis. And then she says, is that how you talk to Travis? Now, I'm at home saying this. I can say that. Here at this point, it's not really relevant, okay? Now, I get it. Do you say things to Travis that would infuriate him or incite him? In reality, that type of talk that she just did, it shouldn't infuriate him or incite him. So if she's saying that, then it kind of isn't good for Travis. If it's, yeah, that's how I talk to Travis, and every time I do, he get mad, act any kind of way. Not wise there. Okay, so is that how she talks to Travis? If it is that illegal? Is she on trial here? No, that's not the case, right? So that's really not important. But what's happening is the lawyer don't like how she's talking to her. But instead of just exerting the rules and exerting that you are in court, you do have to answer my questions. This is not some peer thing. I'm not your peer. I'm an authority to you in this situation. When I take this uniform off and I'm not in this courtroom, yeah, we're peers. But in here, yo, you're my subject. It's just the honest truth. You're in a court of law. You have to listen. You have to work with them, right? So in here, there's really no need for her to say, is this how you talk to Travis? What's the point? It's argumentative, right? What is the actual point of that? So that ain't going to work in court. You understand? That has nothing to do with the evidence that leads to, is this man guilty or not? How she talks to Travis. You don't like how she's talking to you? Handle it, ma'am. Handle it. You understand? Because a lot of men will be in a situation like this with a woman and she'll be running off at the mouth, being very venomous. And he'll want to know, is this how you talk to your exes? Yo, that's how she's talking to you. What you going to do about it, sir? And what you should be doing is leaving her alone. That's the way you fight a woman. Leave her ass alone. Because if you don't, she'll destroy you. I'm telling you. She'll push you to your limit because you sitting here trying to take everything she's doing and have all these boundaries because you know it's rules associated with you. And before you know it, you're going to explode, man. So just don't be with a venomous woman. Don't. You understand, family? But this isn't personal, but the lawyer is now taking it personal. If you talk to Travis that way, how is that relevant, man? Yeah, I got a smart ass mouth, but hey, that ain't illegal, right? Let's continue.
So
Well, it's illegal today. It's illegal in court, but she ain't holding her accountable to that, right? But let's continue.
just made a comment to me.
Judge, objection to commenting on the witness.
Sustained.
See, she's about to correct her. You just made a comment to me instead of answering my question. You just tried to be slick. Yo, this is not, you're not in a kitchen, right? Trying to tell somebody that they were wrong and get them to accept they were wrong so they can say, you know what, you were right, and then change up their attitude. Yo, that's not how modern women behave. You guys understanding this? Modern women do not behave like, let me explain to you that what you just did was inappropriate. What you just said was not right. It was mean. They'll just say, no, it wasn't mean. They'll just say, I don't feel like I got smart. They'll just say, I don't see what you're talking about. I'm being polite, even though they weren't. They're full of lies, family. So now your argument will be about if it was mean or not, if it was polite or not. Why don't they think it was mean? And all you're trying to let them know is, yo, you don't got to be smart. You don't got to be mean. What's being smart? What are you? That's not how it works, yo. You just got to put her in contempt because she knows how to act. She does. Don't let her play stupid. Let's continue.
You didn't call the police that night to report that Travis Rudolph picked you up by your feet and slammed you to the ground 2 times, committing a battery on you, right?
No.
I'm gonna respond to a comment really quickly. It's a good one. Robin Mentor says, but it does, Kevin, because it's showing her aggression when she doesn't get her way. I'm just saying it does, but you got to remember she's not on trial. So if they show her aggression here, that is no indication on how Travis handled those boys. So if she does talk to Travis this way, that could be why her and Travis go at it all the time. So if you're in divorce court, that could be very relevant there. But if you're saying, do you talk to Travis this way? Yeah, I talk to Travis this way. What's the point? Well, that almost could say that could be convicting to Travis. Is that why he hit you? Because she said he hit her. He didn't though. But is that how you talk to Travis? Let's just say they're in court right now, and the argument is, did Travis hit her? Should Travis go to jail for hitting her? This would be the lawyer trying to justify him putting his hands on her, and her getting smart isn't a justifiable reason to put your hands on her. So if she does talk to him this way, yo, if he punched a hole in the wall, if he hit her, he's gonna still be in trouble because her saying that didn't make him do that. Do you understand? So that's why I say that's not a good question here. I get it, but you know, Shakira Krim says we get it. Okay, great, fantastic. Let's continue, guys.
You were battered though, right? That's your testimony.
Correct.
Your testimony is also that you were basically falsely imprisoned and held against your will. Did you call the police to tell them that?
No.
Instead, you drove home, right?
Correct.
To Delray,
Yes.
and Keyshawn was there?
Correct.
Ladies, really listen to this part of her testimony, okay? She said he was imprisoning her inside the home. She does not call the police. After they got into a fight where she was punching on him, hitting him with bottles and bricks, she leaves and goes home, texts her brothers and says, go air his shit out, go shoot his shit up, okay? Now, well, please go shoot his shit up, she said, okay? Notice in all of this, she does not call any authorities. Ladies, I want you to understand something. When you do this, if your brothers go and fight for you, they are considered a vigilante. Yeah, you might get that thing handled, but you're getting them in trouble. So although this person may have even hurt you, may have even assaulted you, call the proper authorities because they have a right, they have certifications, they have badges to be able to go make an arrest or confront somebody about laws that's being broken. You were hurt, and I know you were raised by your mother and fathers to say, you go get your bigger brother or you get your brothers and you get your cousins. That works when you're young, okay, in like elementary school and stuff. But when you get older, going and getting your brothers and cousins is only going to implicate them, okay? You have authorities for that. Now, I know we don't really trust them as Black people. You understand? But I'm telling you, you're risking your brother's freedom and lives and cousins and stuff like that when you go get them and say, go do this for me. Even if he did it. If he didn't, you know you're wrong. But if he did it, that is not the way to handle it. You should tell them after you call the police. And what they should be doing is also calling the police and giving the police time to handle it, not getting in their emotions and going and trying to handle it with ego, like, don't nobody touch my sister. And men, I full well understand the feeling of being told by your sister she's being assaulted. I know the feeling. I know you want to go make him pay. But please know you're implicating yourself. Handling it in that moment, driving to that person's home is not the wise way to handle it. Right here, one of them ended up dying, the other one ended up injured. Regardless of how mad you are, it may not go your way. Think tactically, family. Okay? This person hit your sister. Let the authorities handle it. Hopefully he goes to jail. I know you're going to be out here like he hit my sister and got away with it, but guess what? He didn't. The retribution does not have to come from you personally. Don't live in your ego. Survive another day, okay? And make sure she chooses better and make sure she learns from all the things that happen in that. But get the full story before you run in guns a-blazing, family. All right? So let's continue.
And you were crying and upset?
I kind of calmed down by the time I got there.
All right. And you and Keyshawn had a conversation about what had happened, right?
Yes.
And you testified yesterday on direct examination that Keyshawn told me I was overly tripping. It's not serious.
Both of us, not just me.
Who?
Me and Travis, like we're both overly tripping. It
What
wasn't
does
that serious.
overly tripping mean?
Just meaning in relationships, sometimes things get out of hand for no reason. And an outsider can see better than me and him inside the relationship.
So you again, you told the jury that Keyshawn told you that, right?
Correct.
So your brother is telling you basically that this wasn't that serious, right?
And yeah, he was going to just go over there and speak with him. Correct.
The question was that he told you that this wasn't serious, right?
I said yes.
So you didn't have any bruises or scratches on your face, right?
No, but I did have injury.
You didn't have any bruises or scratches to your arm, did you?
No,
You didn't have any bruises or scratches on your neck, right?
no, but I did just have.
Any bruises or scratches on your back, right?
No.
You would agree, Ms. Jones, that you don't need to bring 3 men with you if you're just going to go talk to somebody?
Objection to asking the witness their opinion on other people's actions.
Sustained.
You testified that you were the one that told Keyshawn to go talk to him, right?
Correct.
So it wasn't Keyshawn saying, I'm going to go be your protector and take care of this. You're the one that encouraged him to go do that, right?
No. When I told him what happened, he instantly is like, I'm gonna go I'm gonna go talk to Travis.
You just told this jury that it was you who told him to go talk to him. That's what you told this jury yesterday. That's what you just answered, and now you're changing your answer. So which
I'm not changing my answer at all. Me and him had a mutual conversation, and the mutual conversation was I told him what happened. He said he was going to go.
All this talking, this is the gibberish I'm talking about. I'm not changing my answer. Me and him had a mutual you're not about to do this explanation stuff. You changed your answer. I'm not changing my answer. Now let me say this whole other thing that has nothing to do with you accusing me of changing my answer. Let me give you a different answer. Me and him had a mutual conversation where now that's a third different answer. So you're lying. You did change your answer. No, I didn't. Let me tell you how you changed your answer. Not me and him had a whole mutual conversation. And this is how they keep you standing there talking and act like you got to sit there and listen to that bull crap. And you tell them they're changing their answer and they'll just say, no, I didn't. So it's an impossible argument dealing with somebody who has no boundaries, family. They're not interested if they change their question. And acknowledging that might actually help you get to the end and figure it out. They're not interested in that. Okay, they're interested in arguing and talking around shit and saying a bunch of weird shit. You see what I'm saying? Let's continue, family.
Speak with them, and I agreed.
yesterday you told this jury that you're the one that told him to go talk to Travis.
Like I said, it was a mutual. I told him to go talk to them, and he said he was going to already on his own.
After you told him to go do it, right? That's what you told this jury yesterday.
So it's like in her mind, she just got objective, but in her mind, it's like she wants that, like she said, will you go over there? And at the same time, he says, I'm going to go over there. Y'all just had a ding, ding, jinx, with mutual conversation. If you said, I think you should go over there, he goes, I was going to go over there anyway. That is you saying, go over there. Okay. But she's going to try to act like it's that small chance in a damn blue moon where y'all say the same thing at the same time. You see what I'm saying? I think I should go over there. Great minds. Come on, man. You said it first. That's what we're saying here. And that's what you've been saying.
Overrule.
Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Yes.
After the shooting took place, Chris Lowe and Keyshawn FaceTimed you. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And that FaceTime call was made before you got to the hospital and gave your statement to Detective Ema. You remember?
No, I was already at the hospital when they called me.
But that call was made before you gave your statement to Detective Ema.
Correct.
So before you gave your first sworn statement to law enforcement, you had already spoken with Chad Lowe and your brother about what happened, right?
Incorrect. The conversation was more of him crying, saying he thinks Sebastian died. It was more of an emotional conversation. It wasn't a sit down and let's discuss exactly what happened.
Well, they told you that Sebastian had died, right?
Correct.
And they told you that Tyler told you he had a gun, right?
I'm sorry. I'm not understanding your question.
Didn't you also become aware that Tyler Robinson had a gun that night with him at that point?
Not at that moment, no.
So they only told you that Sebastian died and you didn't ask, oh my God, how? What happened? Tell me how this could have occurred.
It was an emotional moment. They're speaking with law enforcement. I'm at the hospital with Tyler's mom. There's not really much conversation.
Guys, none of us can know the outcome truly of what happened that day. But I want you guys to bring yourselves within this moment, okay? Let's all become her for a moment, okay? Now you just sent your brother and his friends to go and confront this guy. Okay, we don't need to discuss the details, but you sent them to go confront this guy. Okay, so you believe that they're being confronted. You're not there to see what happens. Now they call you and they tell you one of them is dead. You're really not gonna say, "Oh my God, what happened?" Like, I just want you guys to put in the comments, okay? You're her. You know what is being in play. You know what's happening, but you don't know what's going to happen. You know what the plan is, though. So they call you back and they say, "Okay, one of us is gone, and the other one of us got hit." Right? What's your response? What's the first thing you're saying, family? In my mind, I'm saying, "Oh my God, what happened?" If I don't plan on there being no guns, no shooting, no nothing, yeah, I want to know what happened. What happened? She's saying it was emotional, so you didn't ask what happened. Like you just said, "Oh, he did. Ah, he did. Ah." No, somebody can call you and just say anybody's dead. And you're not expecting anything. They can just call you and say, "Hey, this is the police department. I have your such and such down here in the morgue. I need you to come view the." Oh my God, what happened? The first thing you want to do is try and put two and two together and figure it out, right? Because it being emotional is not going to make you want less information, right? Somebody says, Simmons is my cousin, wasn't even no violent guy. She wanted to control him. Wow, prime time. I think you said you were cousins. I think you said you're cousins with the person on trial here. I mean, the person that's testifying right now, the lady. Let me know specifically. All right. But how would you guys respond? I'm asking you guys on Facebook and Instagram. I'm not seeing your comments come through. Okay. Not over the phone. You wouldn't ask what happened, Bernicia. Now that's because you're probably thinking that something can be said to convict, because that would paint the picture that she had no idea. But if somebody, Travis, your cousin, okay, bet. Yeah. You could tell he wasn't violent. You could tell he wasn't violent when she punched him in the face and he turned around and tried to calm her down. He had a soft voice when that happened. He just tried to calm her down, you know. So let's see here. She should have called the police. Product of her environment, don't know how to handle situations. Absolutely. If anyone was told by a crying individual that they cared that somebody else they knew had just died, the first and foremost response would have been what happened and how they died. Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. She's saying she didn't ask that because it was emotional. Yo, let's continue though. Thank you for that response, T-Mac.
Conversation on the table to discuss what happened.
You know, one person's dead. You know, another person's wounded.
Correct.
You're not curious or asking questions about how this happened.
No, I am. I called Daryl.
Who?
DJ, Travis's brother. I called him.
Okay, no, I'm not talking about DJ. Right.
But you're asking me if I was curious. So I said, yes, I was. I called the person who I called.
Curious when you were speaking with Chris Lowe and Keyshawn is my question.
No, because they were emotional. They're crying. They're distraught. They're not in the right state of mind. So I wasn't asking them personal questions like that.
But you've already testified that you FaceTimed with your brother and Keyshawn right after the shooting, right?
Well, Keyshawn's my brother, so Keyshawn and Chris.
Keyshawn and Chris, yes. You testified that you already FaceTimed and you already spoke about it right after the shooting, right?
We didn't really speak that much about the exact shooting is what I'm trying to say. It was more of a Sebastian. He thinks Sebastian's dead. He was crying, things like that.
And around 2:45 in the morning, you actually gave us a sworn statement to a detective that was at the hospital. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was Detective Ema. Is that right?
Yes.
And you didn't tell Detective Ema at 2:45 that morning, while you were giving your sworn statement under oath, subject to perjury, that you told Keyshawn to go shoot up his shit, right?
I don't remember the exact. That was the very, very first statement I ever gave in. I don't remember exactly what I said.
You never told him about
Right.
the text message.
I want you to watch this,
Shoot up
okay?
his shit, did you?
I don't recall what happened.
You know what?
Now, before I play that, I want to respond to something that Almus Bush said. She's just trying to figure out where the prosecutor is going, trying not to incriminate herself. Absolutely. when she should just be answering truthfully, correct? If she's done nothing wrong here, you're not on trial here, you probably have immunity. Why not just try and answer truthfully? And you have to understand that if a person is not intending to answer truthfully and they're trying to figure out where you're going by means of protecting themselves, then they are going to be deceptive, because the point is that they don't incriminate themselves, not be honest, not that you get the full details. So this is how you know whenever you're talking to somebody and you're questioning them, okay? If they are as interested as you are, that you get the answers, they will answer your questions honestly, truthfully, because they want you to have all the data that you can so you can make the best decision or help them out to the best of your capabilities. But if they're trying not to incriminate themselves, family, they will be deceptive. They will try to get ahead of you. They will think those questions are leading. They'll try to get ahead of it. They'll think about, if I answer this, what does that mean? And they will be deceptive. It will not be a genuine conversation. And this is what happens in most domestic relationships over the smallest little thing. Over the smallest little thing, they blow up like this. You confront your lady over the smallest little thing. And you can sense deception, because she's trying to get ahead of your questions. She assumes she knows why you asked and what you're going to think when she asks, and she do all of this shit, family. It's stupid. And lying dudes do this too. They want to get ahead of you. If they're, listen, let me tell you something. If someone broke into my home, okay, and they stole something, if I'm very interested in finding out who that person was or getting my belongings back, when the police show up to ask me details, I'm going to give them everything I know, because I want them to have enough information to be able to go out and make an arrest, right? So I'm not going to leave anything off the table, because my goal is that we find the person who broke into my home. Now, let's say, for instance, I have some things in my home that are completely illegal, or I actually know the person that stole it, and I really don't want to tell on them. However, I want to report what I lost stolen, right? Now, the police show up to my house and they're asking me questions. Well, I'm probably going to be deceptive, right? What did he look like? I'm probably going to now say something different than what he actually looks like, because I believe that if I tell them what they actually look like, they'll find who did it, right? And I don't really want them to find who did it. But I also want to report what's missing so I can file it on my insurance. I may know who did it, but not want to press charges on them, right? Or if I got something in my house, at my house, that I don't want them searching through or finding out, I might be deceptive, because I want them to find out who stole something, but I don't want them to know the gist of it. So let's say somebody stole my money, but it was drug money, right? Okay, I want them to find the money, but I don't really want them to know where the money came from. So now when they're asking me, I'm probably not going to be as honest, right? And you can sense some deception there. That's what's happening. But I want you to watch her behavior when the word perjury is mentioned. Now, one of my great commenters earlier said, why don't she just ask her if she knows what perjury is? Love, go back and watch my live yesterday. I said it at least 20 times. Why are you not reminding her of perjury? Why are you not telling her, yo, you know you can go to jail for telling lies, right? You know you under oath, right? You know you swear it, right? You can't lie in court, right? And then I mentioned about in paternity court how nothing but lies are told, and never once have you seen them taken to jail for perjury. The simple fact that she said he the only one I was with, or them two was the only one I was with, when neither one of them turned out to be the father, we know that was perjury. Why is she not going to jail? Right? Because they don't seem to hold you accountable to it. They allow people to just get up there and tell a lie. They only make it more difficult for themselves. Thank you so much, Wood with the sticks. Great examples. Watch her behavior, family. Watch how she starts stuttering. Watch this.
One person's dead. You know another person's wounded.
Correct.
You're not curious or asking questions about how this happened.
No, I am. I called Daryl,
Who?
DJ, Travis's brother. I called him.
Okay, no, I'm not talking about DJ. Right.
But you're asking me if I was curious. So I said, yes, I was. I called the person who I called.
Curious when you were speaking with Chris Lowe and Keyshawn is my question.
No, because they were emotional. They're crying. They're distraught. They're not in the right state of mind. So I wasn't asking them personal questions like that.
But you've already testified that you FaceTimed with your brother and Keyshawn right after the shooting, right?
Well, Keyshawn's my brother. So Keyshawn and Chris.
Keyshawn and Chris, yes.
Listen closely.
You testified that you already FaceTimed and you already spoke about it right after the shooting, right?
We didn't really speak that much about the exact shooting is what I'm trying to say. It was more of a Sebastian. He thinks Sebastian's dead. He was crying, things like that.
And around 2:45 in the morning, you actually gave us a sworn statement to a detective that was at the hospital. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was Detective Ema. Is that right?
Yes.
And you didn't tell Detective Ema at 2:45 that morning while you were giving your sworn statement under oath, subject to perjury.
Now, sworn statement under oath, subject to perjury. Now, notice how the simple reminder of consequences, no attitude given to her whatsoever. Not, is this how you talk to Travis? Or you made a statement earlier to my court. Instead of trying to sit here and argue back with her, right? Simply tell her what the consequences are. Under oath, with the threat of perjury, right? Watch the response from her. Just watch this. Watch all this stuttering and stuff. Nope. Watch this.
That you told Keyshawn to go shoot up his shit, right?
I don't remember the exact. That was the very, very first statement I ever gave in. I don't remember exactly what I said.
You never told him.
Do y'all see that? I don't remember. It's like she had a whole bunch of M&Ms in her mouth. I'm just saying it was a lot of M's. Like not the candy, but it just sounded like I don't remember. I don't remember mutton that day. Whoa! She should have been reminded her it is. So every time going forward now, I'm going to say, is it your testimony under oath with the threat of perjury that you didn't, whatever my question was? That's what I'm going to do from here on out. Okay? Stuttering. Goodness gracious. Let's go.
At that point.
Not at that moment, no.
So they only told you that Sebastian died.
The person who I called.
Curious when you were speaking with
The person who I called.
at that point.
Not at that moment, no. The person who I called.
Curious when you were speaking with Chris Lowe and Keyshawn is my question.
No, because they were emotional. They're crying. They're distraught. They're not in the right state of mind. So I wasn't asking them personal questions like that.
But you've already testified that you FaceTimed with your brother and Keyshawn right after the shooting, right?
Well, Keyshawn's my brother, so Keyshawn and Chris.
Keyshawn and Chris, yes. You testified that you already FaceTimed and you already spoke about it right after the shooting, right?
We didn't really speak that much about the exact shooting is what I'm trying to say. It was more of a Sebastian. He thinks Sebastian's dead. He was crying, things like that.
And around 2:45 in the morning, you actually gave us a sworn statement to a detective that was at the hospital. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was Detective Ema. Is that right?
Yes.
And you didn't tell Detective Ema at 2:45 that morning while you were giving your sworn statement under oath, subject to perjury, that you told Keyshawn to go shoot up his shit, right?
I don't remember the exact. That was the very, very first statement I ever gave in. I don't remember exactly what I said.
You never told him about the text
Mumbo
message
jumbo.
to go shoot up his shit, did you?
I don't recall.
Now you don't recall.
Did you ever tell Detective Ema that Keyshawn texted you and Tyler back that Travis was a dead man walking? Do you remember ever telling him that?
I don't recall.
Is it true that you didn't?
I don't recall.
She don't recall now, right? Plead the fifth, right? Now she's scared to say something. Notice she's always in defense, though. Those arms are always crossed here. She don't even know if she want to rest her head on her arm or what she want to do with her body. So nervous. Seeing the pages being turned. She's like, oh shit, she about to impeach me. She about to show me where I've been lying. You can see that this makes her uncomfortable. See, holding her accountable is how you defeat her. See, a man can't really hold her accountable. It ain't nothing a man can say. And I know, men, you're going to hate this, okay? You want a woman to be respectful. And this is why you want her to actually be respectful. Like literally be a respectful person. Because if she's not, you can't make her. and you just gonna be mad, and it's gonna piss you off because it ain't nothing you can say that's gonna make her compliant to you. It's just not. If she's not the type of woman to do that, she's not. So you don't really have a whole lot to make her accountable. Okay. Now, even if you try and break up with her, a lot of women like this will just act like it don't even hurt and that it don't matter. Okay. And they'll just punish you for breaking up with them. Do you understand? But in court, you can hold her accountable. That's why I say Kevin Samuels used to always say, who's going to hold the modern woman accountable? Because she technically don't have to listen to nobody. She don't. If the elders tell you, Sister Shaharazad tell you, I don't got to listen to you. You got a kufi on. If I say it, I don't got to listen to you, Kevin. You got 2 wives. Okay. It don't matter who says it. They don't have to listen. But in court, though, okay, if you hold them accountable to contempt, to perjury, oh, they have to be. And so just her turning them damn pages right there, that's why her ass was trying to. You understand? But let's go.
You may. You want to show the state what you're.
So she's about to impeach her this time. She's going to show where she saying something different from her original testimony. Okay.
Of
She should have been. She should have
what,
been doing
transcript. Thank you.
What's the page number? I'm sorry.
130, 130. Yes. If you look at lines 11 through 17.
She got to reading over her last statement so she can see where they cross, where they don't line up. See how long this goes before they start back talking. It's gonna see if it'll be a minute. They should be get back going soon.
129. You okay with 129?
Yeah.
Start around line 17, please.
Come on now.
Okay.
Okay, here she goes. She got it. She's read over it. Now she remember her lies. Someone says yesterday, Judge Judy said, you don't have to have a good memory as long as you tell the truth, right? But a liar has to have a really good memory. And that they have to worry about every question that's being said so they can make sure that whatever they say now doesn't undo any of their other lies. And when it does undo their other lies, they get very upset and frustrated with the person who's calling them out on their lies. You know what I'm saying? And they'll just try to deny even saying it. And if you got it recorded, they'll deny that they even remember it. So it's very difficult dealing with a liar, man. They're just going to play dumb at every step of the way, okay? Their goal is to slip out of your hands. So when you're talking to someone and they're doing these things, please know that they are a liar, that they are lying. They are a liar, okay? Well, let's go.
This is exactly what I just said to you.
And it's true that I was asking you questions during that statement in November that are similar to the questions I just asked you now, right? About whether you shared with Detective Ema the text message that you instructed.
You're going to object to improper impeachment?
Yeah, well, technically it is, but I'm going to allow it. Go ahead.
I asked the question, and you didn't tell Detective Ema that you had instructed Tyler and Keyshawn to go shoot up Travis's ship, right? Answer no.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, the answer says no. And I said I didn't remember. I don't recall.
That's what you said after you got reminded of
now
perjury.
that I'm reading it, you have to remember this is a year or two ago.
Right.
So my memory is a little.
No, just tell the truth. Like, so now you got to remember it was 2 years ago, but you was really arguing me at first until I reminded you of perjury, and then you couldn't recall. So now you want us to remind me. You want the jury to remember that you couldn't recall, not all the many times that you said the different thing, right? When I said you got a different answer today, as in the last time. You said, no, I don't. We had a mutual conversation. This ain't no different answer. Well, now we learned that it is a different answer. And now you want to remind us that it was 2 years ago and you have a short memory. So why didn't you just know that from the beginning instead of arguing with somebody? You got a short memory, right? It was 2 years ago, right? So you were changing your answer, right? Because you know, so hang on. How long ago was it that we took your original testimony? Because if it was here recently, and here's the kicker. How can we trust your original testimony if your memory ain't working? Okay, if it's been too long ago, a lot of problems here. That's why I say I think that she really has immunity. I think that because something about this man tells me she should be on trial too, and she orchestrated the whole thing. It's just unfortunate that this man is sitting over here fighting for his literal life. Could be going to prison for life for responding in a way to protect himself, his brother, and his mother after she sent 4 guys to his house. And now we're talking about when she said what and how she said it. You told them to go. You said go over there. You did. Let's continue.
A little bit more fresher back then. So if you can show me something, I have no problem owning up to it.
If you can show me, I have no problem owning up to it. Right. So I got to show you for you to remember, right? Yeah, because you told some lies that day. You're having a hard time remembering your lies. You see what I'm saying? You should have got a copy of this and took it home so you can study what you said so you can come back and say the same thing. You see what I'm saying? Let's continue. It was something I was going to say, but I forgot. Let's go.
So yes, here I did say no.
So you never told Detective Ema?
Yeah, my point was, even if the guy said, I'm going over there first, if her response was, please shoot his shit up, because you see where the guy said, Travis is a dead man walking. And she said, please shoot his shit up. That's the text log. She deleted those 2 out, but one of the other people didn't when they had to turn their phone in, so it was found. So even if she did not initiate, please go over there for me, when he said he was going, she still agreed that he should go, or actually requested, please shoot his shit up. Like when you get there, shoot his shit up. She didn't say, don't go. No, don't go. I just wanted you to know, don't go over there. Please don't go over there. No, it was, yeah, when you get there, shoot his shit up. Let's continue.
About the text messages. Is that correct?
No, me and Detective Ema, I believe our conversation was extremely short.
Did you tell Detective Ema that Tyler Robinson had a gun?
I don't remember if I told him that or not, because I don't think I knew he had one or not at that moment.
Did you tell Detective Ema that you told Linda there was going to be trouble? Do you remember making that?
I don't remember.
You have November 8th statement there?
What
Yes,
page?
She still does.
Okay, page 131. If you would look, lines 20, 23.
You didn't tell Detective Emma that?
If you look at that,
Okay.
does that refresh your memory about what happened, what you said to him?
Not really, but Keyshawn was,
My question is,
no, it doesn't.
my question was that you didn't tell Detective Ema about Linda, that you had spoken to her and that you told her that there was going to be trouble, right?
At this moment in time when I'm talking to this detective, I'm just learning and finding out about everything that's going on. I might have missed a lot of details that I then came forth and spoke about, but you're asking me nitty-gritty details that at the time when I'm speaking to a detective, I'm not going to remember or recall because I'm just not finding out someone died.
Okay, so the details that you left out to Detective Ema.
Question, guys. Is she just now finding out someone died today? Is she just now finding out someone died today, family? No, she's not, right? So the questions are being asked to her today. Did you tell the detective that you called Linda? That's all she asked. So now you looked into the log and you see that you did not tell her. So she's asking, now you see you didn't tell her that, right? You didn't tell him that. You didn't tell the officer that you told Linda it'd be trouble. You didn't say that part, right? Now it's like, now she's twisting it to go, well, really, I forgot because someone had just died. No, I asked you today if you told the detective that you told Linda that it was going to be trouble. Today, I'm asking you. I'm not asking you about the other day. This is how they'll keep you dancing around, and you will get brain fog, your head will be hurt, and you'll be fucked up for 3 or 4 days behind this damn weird ass everywhere argument. If you're a logical man, you just ruined your whole week. Okay? I'm telling you now. You'll feel physical pain in your body through the confusion that this person will plant in your damn head, trying to argue with them, trying to get to the bottom of something with somebody who is not going to let you. You're not about to. They're not going to let you. So it's like you're wasting your time. Let's continue.
Or nitty gritty.
I'm not saying nitty gritty, but there are details. But I'm speaking on a death at the point when I'm talking to the detective. So
See how fast she said she's not saying nitty gritty, when literally she's the one who said nitty gritty details, and then she reminds us, so you saying nitty gritty. I'm not saying nitty gritty. You just said nitty gritty. No, but I'm not saying that though. What I'm saying is something other than nitty gritty. But you just said nitty gritty. They'll lie about what they just literally said. This is what I mean by your brain will be like, because then you'll want to argue about if she really said nitty gritty and why that's not right to change what you just said. And I got the right to change what I just said. What I'm saying, it can say something to change at any damn moment when I'm talking. So that's just how I roll. Aha, god damn. Right? And you'll be sitting there about to pluck every little hair you got out of your head, right? That's why you got to pick them right, family. You have to pick them right. Let's continue.
Someone's dead. I'm not really worried about what text I sent or what text someone else sent. When it came time for us to speak on that, I spoke on that. And I was 100% honest about everything that I had said. But during the time where I'm just finding out somebody who's very close to me has passed away, that's the least thing on my mind at the moment. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
I was asking you very specific questions, right?
Not necessarily.
Were you just rambling and just going freestyle?
I was kind of rambling and just saying from what I know, like, has happened from the night.
Okay, well, his statement started at 2:44 a.m. and ended at 3 o'clock. So it was roughly
15 minutes.
20 minutes or so.
That's what I'm saying. It's not really. I'm fine.
Hush.
And
Like,
during the course of that statement, he asked you a number of questions, right?
All right, feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen, but
Yeah, they gotta
please
take a
remember to
damn-
obey at least 3 of the 4 cardinal rules. One of them
We
is
gotta take a break
inapplicable
and
at this
go up here and consult with the judge about how she's doing and how she's being again. Family, hit the likes up, family. Let's get some likes up. Come on, guys. It don't take much to hit that like button. Hit the like button for me, family. Please hit the like button. All right, they're about to get back started soon. Yeah, her whole body just is reeks lying. Absolutely. And somebody said something that was dope. And I was about to say, man, you absolutely right. Yeah, Casey, great. Dang, is this live court? What judge lets this conduct go on in the courtroom? Clearly, all out of order. If this is in a courtroom, it's a courtroom, and it's unbelievable how they're allowing her to behave. I was saying this all yesterday, Casey Gray. You don't let somebody get in court and act like this. She acting like she at home arguing with her boyfriend, her simp ass boyfriend who would take all of that, or the driver. A man that's got it together, crazy. Debbie Caldwell says 2 sides to every story, but this lady, she's telling a story within a story, her version with no proof to back up her story, back her story up. That's the problem when you lose your own credibility by your own words. Sometimes it's hard to get out of it. Absolutely. That's why I wouldn't even have had her testify. And if I'm the prosecution, I wouldn't even have put her up on stand. She's not even on trial here. She's not convicted. She's not charged with murder.
Ms. Perlette.
Accessory
Yes,
nothing.
ma'am.
Her testimony to me shows clearly that she's compliant and that she's orchestrated this thing. So I would never put her up on the stand.
All right.
I'm
All
like,
right. So apparently there's a request for a restroom break, and that's fine. We've been at this for a while today so far. So now remember to obey the 4 cardinal rules. Again, cardinal rule number 4 isn't going to be applicable because you all will be in the jury room. But remember, no discussion about the case, no research, and keep an open mind. We'll take, I know there are only 2 restrooms in there, and I don't know how many folks have to use them. So let's be back at 5 minutes after 11. I think that's probably long enough. 5 minutes after 11, folks. All right.
I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. We back now. Now, guys, someone said, who's this about? Travis Rudolph, NFL player, played for the Dolphins after he played for the Giants. Yeah, he is now facing life in prison if he's convicted of first-degree murder here. Man ended up being unalived. Another man was injured. Medical bills, $70,000. Because 4 men came over his house to confront him after his girlfriend lied on him, said he hit her after she caught him cheating, and they got into a fight and argument at the house. So this all started from going through this man's phone and saying that he was entertaining other women. He did not handle it the right way. He was talking junk to her about it. It was just horrible. Even the brother says that that Travis didn't handle it right. So woman scorned. So his wrong is contributing to this mess that we see ourselves in as well. So she sent them over. That caused the incident, but him provoking her is what pushed her to calling them over. So I want men to understand that women are not to be played with. They are very, very dangerous, family. Okay, they are very dangerous. You think you're dangerous, sir? She's much more dangerous. You're dangerous physically. That's it. She can ruin your reputation, take your freedom and your life, sir. And she can walk away scot-free. Do you understand? But the world we live in gives her so many loopholes. It's set up against you, sir. So
everyone,
do not provoke her.
take your seat.
If she were to weaponize systems against you, her family against you, rumors, her tongue against you, trust me, you will find yourself in a position that you don't want to be in. You'd rather fight with a man and take an ass whooping than to have to fight with a woman through words, lies, hearsay, because people are going to automatically believe her off hearsay. And I know you think that you have a reputation, that people are going to know you because they lived around you. When a woman come up with a lie against you, bruh, especially online, bruh, you're going to lose. No, if you could try and lie on her, but what are you going to say? Like, what could you lie on her to ruin her name and reputation with? What you going to say? She hit you? What you going to say? That she verbally abused you? Nobody cares about you, sir. I have to be honest with you guys, you young men out there. Nobody cares. You can say she verbally abused me for years. She told me I wasn't shit, that I would never be shit, that my pecker was little, that I was ugly, couldn't read good. Okay? Nobody cares. Let her say he verbally abused me. We don't even care what he said. He didn't tell me I was pretty. He didn't say you was fat and ugly either, but he didn't tell me I was pretty. He didn't spend enough time with me. He didn't give me attention. The things you don't do become abusive. It doesn't matter. Woe be it to you if you actually said some shit to her like you're ugly and you can't read good. Oh my God, you're the worst man in the world. She hit me, guys. She hit me with pans. She throws stuff at me. She came at me with mace. She came at me with a weapon. Nobody's gonna care about you, sir. Soon as she say you hit her once, even if he pushed me on the ground because I was hitting him, and it hurt when I hit the ground because he grabbed me and pushed me and held me back, and it hurt my wrist when he grabbed my arms. Sir, you in trouble. Why did you grab her arm? Because she was punching me in the face. So well, you don't know what you're signing up for. You don't want to argue with her. You don't want to push her to that because she will ruin your damn life, sir. Yeah, I'm talking about for years to come. You will be trying to explain this shit for years to come. And she'll be still accusing you of this shit for years to come. So the fight that you're having with her is today. Provoke her if you want to. She'll fight you for the next 10 years and keep making accusations up on you for the next 10 years, family. You'll have to deal with that for the next 10 years. And what can you legally do against somebody who's going around telling rumors on you? I'm in the streets, ruining your name, saying you hit them. What can you legally do? What can you do? You're just gonna have to be a victim, because if you go out of your place and you physically do something to stop this person or to get them back, that's your freedom. But it ain't hers for lying on you. Do you understand? So just know they're dangerous too. We tell women all the time, when you're arguing with a man, don't get smart, don't raise your voice, don't close the distance, don't sit here and make eye contact and get close up in his face like you're about to do something. He's extremely dangerous. He's way stronger than you, sometimes 3 to 5 times stronger than you. Don't do that. It's not wise. I tell my daughter that. I would tell my daughter that. Don't talk back to him. Try to give him the most respect that you can. If he's not respecting you, get away from him. Do it quietly if you must. Okay? But don't scream at him. Don't break his stuff. Don't hit him. Don't do it. Because if that man hits you back, it could end you. And I would tell my sons, do not infuriate and provoke a woman. Do not do that. You respect her at all times because you respect yourself. If she's disrespecting you, remove yourself from the situation. Because even if you don't respect her, a disrespectful woman would just say you did. And she will say you did a lot of things you didn't do. It's best that you get away from her as quick as possible and get other people involved, police, your friends and family, before an accusation is even made. Okay? If you know her siblings, get with her siblings even before the accusation is made. At least you know you tried. You do not know what it's like to tango with a woman. Okay? They're very tactful. You understand? Tactful. But let's continue.
I wanted to say something. Folks, you see probably that I have a laptop up here. I am paying attention to everything that's going on. Believe you me, I'm not checking the weather or sports news or anything like that. Every week of every year, one judge in Palm Beach County, which comprises
someone says file a defamation of character lawsuit. Absolutely. But you know what's going on with that? What happens with that? Who said that? That's great answer too, by the way. It was Primetime Pool Pros. Okay, the thing with that is holding on to your anger and the disdain that you have for that person, dealing with all the people who question you about this rumor, people who look at you differently, the jobs you lose, dealing with all of this until they do something about it, because it takes forever. And see, when you're able to react instantaneously off instinct, you get your get back right then. But when you have to go through using the police to handle it for you, using a lawyer to sue, you have to deal with what they've done to you. So you have to hold that. And that's not easy for a lot of us to do, especially Black people, to sit here and hold what somebody done to you and let somebody else handle it for you. Man, you asking us to do the most right there, because we want to do something to you ourselves. We want to say something back to you ourselves. We want to, make you stop ourselves. So that's why a lot of people end up losing their freedom in life, because they can't wait. They're too mad. They act on it all of a sudden. So there are moves to make other than to handle it physically or instinctually. But most of us don't have the mental fortitude to do that. But let's continue.
Judicial Circuit 15 of 20 circuits within the state of Florida is on what's known as duty or duty judge. 24/7, we have to monitor applications for a variety of different types of warrants. So that's my responsibility this week, including presiding over this trial. So I don't want anyone to think that I am not paying close attention because I have a laptop up here. I'm just keeping track of the warrants that are coming in. And then when we take a break, I go back there and I go through the ones that I'm able to go through in the amount of time that I have. Again, just because I have this laptop up here does not mean that I am not paying attention, because I am. All right. Thank you. All right. You may continue, Ms. Perlette.
So we were talking about your statement to Detective Ema while you were at the hospital after the shooting at roughly 2:45 in the morning.
Correct.
And you've testified here that you don't remember him asking you specific questions. It was more of you were just telling him everything because of your state of mind was pretty harried because you had just found out that Sebastian was killed and Tyler was shot, right?
Correct.
Is that what you told the jury?
Yes.
Okay. And you recalled the statement being roughly 15 to 20 minutes in length?
Yeah.
Is that about right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about, rather than what you didn't tell him, let's talk about what you did tell him, okay?
Okay.
All right. During this 15 or 20 minutes, isn't it true that you told him that Travis picked you up and dropped you on your back? Remember that?
Correct.
Okay. And isn't it also true that you told him, I'm going to have my brother come down here because you obviously need a talk? Do you remember telling him that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
You remember telling Detective Ema, my brothers plural, never going to come down here on some harmful anything. Do you remember telling him that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember telling him about your liquor bottle?
Yes. I told him I threw the liquor bottle.
Okay. And you remember telling Detective Ema that Travis was in your face talking shit
Yes.
and you were slapping him?
And I don't remember that part, but I might have said that. Okay. But it did get kind of like very physical at that point.
Okay. And do you then remember telling Detective Ema that you left and went home and told your brother you got to go see about me to Travis? Remember telling Detective Ema that?
Kind of a blur, but I did say to go talk to him. Yes.
That you told your brother to go talk to him, right?
Correct.
That's what you told Detective Ema.
So the person that, let's see here, Casey Grader says, yeah, bro, I was with you until, bro, I swear it's rich, poor, not black versus white. That's what the courts want, and there are a lot of elite white sickos mostly, but racism isn't our biggest problem. Peace. What I'm referring to, Casey Gray, is how we handle conflict. So a white guy or women of all races are more likely to call the police than black males. We fear the police through maybe programming, through TV, through things that's happened to us in our direct life, potentially even from slavery and thereafter, right? So when we think about police, obviously our skin crawls. Very rarely would a black man call the police, especially over an offense happening to him. If I just had a situation, believe it or not, dealing with a client some months ago, maybe 2 months ago, where he got into an argument with his lady. She called her father and brother, and they went over there and jumped him. Okay. He's ready to go over there and do something to him. And I said, no, call the police. I counsel men about, being able to make the right move when it comes, in the heat of the moment, so you don't throw your life away. And what he was going to do was go back over there and retaliate. He was going to get his weapon and go back over there. And I said, just call the police, man. Yeah, they jumped you. Yeah, you hurt me. But call the police. All right. File a warrant, file a restraining order. Okay. But don't go back over there to retaliate. Please don't. Okay. And I instantly made a video and said, listen, man, I'm speaking specifically to black men. Okay. You got to start calling these police. I know you don't like it. Don't really want to deal with police. Hell, you probably think you'll call them and they'll get there and think you're the perpetrator. But you have to make the necessary steps to protect yourself. And we act more instinctually, not according to the matrix that we live in. So we were raised to act instinctually. Somebody hit you, hit them back. Not tell someone, tell a superior, tell an authority figure. No, it was hit them back. So all that programming is what makes us how we are today, right? So if somebody hits us, we hit them back. Now, a lot of white guys will just call the police and file an assault charge or sue you for damages, right? Well, you don't see black people say, I'm going to sue you, I'm going to take you to court, or I'm going to call the police, right? We say, I'm going back over there, I'm going to handle it. So that's what I'm speaking on, the way that we handle things in this society, right? We handle them differently, right? Not speaking about racism, but in the ways that we act differently. Maybe it's due to our upbringing, but there's a racial divide. We act differently than white guys whenever we are under duress or somebody bothers us, right? And you may be right. You could mean it could be poor, but I can't say that I've seen poor white guys be so quick to fight and react as quick as I have poor black guys. You understand? So yeah, I still would say that this is something that I see a lot in black guys. I don't see poor white guys, even poor white guys, saying that they are afraid of police or have a bad taste in their mouth with getting police involved or anything of that sort. You understand? So that's why I say black men. Black men, you need to start calling these police when somebody wronged you. Stop acting off instinct because you're getting yourself in a trap. Give you an example, Casey. Just the other day, a white lady, she calls 3 black women the N-word in Walmart, okay? They follow her back outside and literally give her the beats. I'm talking beat her down. She was pregnant at the time. They didn't care. And the reason they did it is because they were offended, angry, and hurt over the words that she said, but they were words that were said. And unfortunately, it's not illegal to say those words. But what those black girls did was follow her outside and they wreaked havoc on her. they should have let that woman go away. Now, when I talk about that, people say, you crazy. They should have handled that. Well, you're setting yourself up for a trap when you respond to things like that. It's like a big box with a carrot in it, and that carrot looks juicy. But if you go get that carrot, you're going to jail. So the system traps you. People can say what they want to say to you, but if you act on what they said, you're going to jail. So you have to understand when you are in a system that it's there to trick you. So if a white guy calls me an N-word, I know it's a trap. I know that if I close the distance and do something to him, I'm going to jail. Why? It's no crime against him calling me that, but there's very much a crime against me going and doing something to him. But what's going to be my instinct if he calls me that? Do something to him, right? Why? Because I've been trained to. Why? That word hurts. Why? Slavery. Who knows? Right? Can't let somebody say something. You got to do something. Now you're going to jail. Right? It's a trap. It's like a damn rope on the ground that you step into as an animal, and now you're up in the air hanging upside down because they tricked you. And you got to think, if somebody understands that system, like the women, the world is really upside down by way of to women. So if they understand that system, they know they can provoke you, say whatever to you. And if you act on it, the system that is the trap will get you. You can justify it all you want. They called me a name. He did this. He stuck me a birdie. He called me a boy. Yeah. And you went over there and you hit him. And that's assault and battery is against the law. Unfortunately, your feelings just going to have to be hurt from people insulting you and calling you out of your name. The government just doesn't make account for that, right? But let's continue, family. I think he said he understands what I mean. Thank you, Casey Gray. Let's go.
That's what, yeah, if that's what that says. Yes, I don't remember vividly exactly every single word I said, but if that's what I said there, then yes, you can show it to me if you want.
You may.
That's a copy of your sworn statement that you gave to Detective Ema.
Okay.
And if you would.
Right,
turn to
Amy
page
Phillips.
8. And look at lines 22 to 25.
So it sounds like she's being impeached again. She's been reminded of what she said before.
I'm sorry. I just need to make sure our page numbers.
I agree, Artel. I believe we should raise our intellect above words, that people using words against us shouldn't be the thing to trigger us. We should be stronger than words, family. You
Right.
must focus on your vision, your
Oh, on
mission.
page 8. I'm sorry, I'm on 7.
Don't let anybody take you off your mission. Don't let somebody's words steal your birthright. Your emotions going to get involved. Your ego is going to get involved, and you're going to want that person to pay for what they said. No. Words are spells. In order for you to truly be a powerful God, a God king in its own right, spells can't work on you. You have to be immune to spells. So what somebody's saying to you shouldn't trigger you to want to fight or do something to them. You should know that is them saying that. That's them. That only exposes them. What they're saying to you should not get the worst out of you if you're in your God power, family. Okay? So if you really poured yourself into self-development, worked on your mental fortitude, you are coming into what I call your God power, your consciousness power, because you don't get lost in the moment. Okay, you are always in your mind being very cerebral, thinking about consequences, looking down the road, seeing how this action will affect you in the future. The more that you can be aware of the moment, the more of your God power you have came into. So if you are completely aloof and all you think about is the moment, how you feel in this moment with no thought at all for what's coming for you, you are very much a human. Okay, you're very much low vibrational. When you're vibrating high, you have more of a view. If you stand on the mountain, you can see a whole lot more than when you're standing in the valley, right? So when you're vibrating to a higher form of state, your God self, right, your higher self, you can see down the road that this isn't a good move to make. You're thinking about these moves. You can see it's negative behavior, right? So that's why I say the more you can be aware of the moment and do what's needed in the moment is what exposes who you truly are, king or peasant, God or devil, or God or human. You understand? So raise to your God-like power and do not let spells work on you. She went and put a spell on her brothers. She told them, this man hit me. He slammed me. So she gave them a narrative, and now she's controlling them. See, and a liar will do that. A liar is a very powerful person. Most people don't really want to lie. They got whoopings for it growing up. We know it's wrong. And religions will try to convince you that lying will send you to a place called hell that they made up. And they'll do that because, if people just willing to lie, the world would be complete chaos. With a lie, you can ruin somebody's life, ruin how they think about themselves, make them want to end their own life. You could cause problems between two people that were perfectly fine because you're willing to lie. I've seen it happen, man. I've been at work. Me and this coworker got along great. Somebody else said, I said something to this coworker or said something about him. Now the coworker don't like me no more because I lie, right? I started working at jobs, and the coworker don't like me, jealous of me. So they start telling lies and saying stuff about me. And I've seen it work to change how people saw me. I've had this happen in my real life. People lie on you all the time. They're willing to lie. They don't care about a lie. They'll tell a damn lie. And they literally get by on that. They control others with lies. That's a magician, a master magician. That's not good, though. That's evil. You understand? To sit here and tell somebody a lie so you can get them to do something for you. That's completely wrong. That's why religions say all lies will go to hell, because we recognize that lying is one of the worst things you can do to somebody else. You understand? You literally create a whole event in somebody's mind that never happened, and they don't know that it never happened. So they trust in your damn word. That's crazy. But let's continue.
22 through. Okay. Okay, yes, I just read it.
Do you remember telling Detective Ema that when you left, you went home and told your brother you got to go see about me to Travis?
That's exactly what it says here.
Okay.
But do I remember? Your question was, do I remember correct?
Right.
No, I don't. I don't remember our exact. That was my very, very first talk with anyone.
Is it in fact true that you told Detective Ema that?
Your question was, do I remember?
I'm asking you, isn't it true that you told Detective Ema that?
I don't remember saying this. I'm going to be honest. I remember telling him that I told him to go talk to him, which is on the page previous to this.
Okay. Well, you're not disagreeing that you gave a sworn statement.
I'm not disagreeing at all. I just don't remember. You asked me if I remembered. I said no.
Okay. But you're not suggesting that what's in there is not correct, right?
No.
Okay. You remember telling Detective, again, we're talking about what you told him. You remember telling Detective Ema that without being asked, and the question, my brother is licensed to carry. Do you remember that?
I probably did tell him that.
Okay. So that was an important fact to tell him, right?
Just for the simple fact that I found out there was a shooting. Yes, I believed I needed to leave.
Why would that be important if your brother didn't have a gun? Why did you want Detective Ema to know that Keyshawn had a concealed weapons permit?
I wanted him to know because there was a shooting.
Right, because your brother took his gun with him.
N-
And that's why you wanted.
Show me where my brother took his gun with him. Show it to me.
Oh,
But you're telling me something that you're asking me.
I can show you better than I can tell you. I can't show you where you said that, but I can show you how your ass could be up in jail real quick for running your mouth. That's what I can do. See, I couldn't have been no lawyer. I couldn't have, boy, because I'm gonna set your ass straight. This is the one place I got some real power. You ain't got no real power at home, okay? You can't even make the people around your ass listen and talk right and have a real conversation. So if I'm at work, I'm coming to work to get all my rocks off. You understand? I go back home and have to argue back and forth with my damn wife. But here, oh hell nah. Who you talking to? Wow, bro. You told them you told them your brother had a gun. Why? Because I heard there was a shooting. Why did you say that? You said that because you knew he had a gun. Can you show me something where that mean at? Okay, big sis. You bold. Let's go.
a question, I'm letting you know my answer. So if you don't have proof right in front of my face, then you can't sit here and tell me anything. I'm telling you.
Okay, enough. Next question.
Exactly. Next question.
Stop.
Hey, what's that laugh when black people do that? What's that laugh, y'all? When you know you done fucked up, when we just go, because you know, really we mad, but we're laughing, but we mad as hell, right? But we laughing. You need to be worried right now, right? When black people go, oh, okay, get ready, because this ain't funny, right? Woo, whoa. I would have went ham right here. Boy, I'd have got control of my courtroom right here because she trying me. All right, let's go.
Your next question,
Like
please.
is this how you talk to Travis?
Stop.
This is how I'm talking to
Next
you.
question.
See, she don't know how to get control of her courtroom. She doesn't, man. She doesn't. She just want to know if it's, when she gets highly offended that the woman's being combative, disruptive, evasive, toxic, venomous. She don't check her and remind her of who's the authority figure right here. She just goes, is that how you talk to Travis? Because you took it personal. Lady, do you know who you are right now? She absolutely cannot talk to you this way. And because you're not representing the power that you have right now, she is talking to you that way. So she ain't got boundaries, but lady, that's your fault because you ain't got no damn rules. No structure. No structure at all. So the person gonna act like a damn ball in a damn ping pong machine. She everywhere, but where she's supposed to be. The only thing she can do is this how you talk to Travis? Lady, listen, I don't care if you talk to Travis like that or not. You are being cross-examined. Do you know what that means? Do you know where you are, ma'am? You are in a courtroom where you can be held in contempt. Do you realize your testimony could be held against perjury and you could be going to jail? Do you realize that? Now, you're not on trial today, but you can still be leaving here in jail. Do you understand that? Try me again, ma'am. Now I'm going to ask you this question one more time. Yo, let's continue.
Didn't you also tell Detective Ema that when your brother got to Travis's house, he said, I'm not here to start.
Oh,
with
let me tell you this. Mind you, family, this is when you have somebody on the spot. So what the jury should be seeing is she flails and gets smart, gets disruptive, gets combative when she is on the spot. And so what happens whenever you're talking to your lady like this and you realize she just said some shit and stormed off, she just tried to get mad about something for no reason. When you know you gotta, you making a good ass point is what it is. Okay. I call it pinning her down, right? Pinning her ass against the wall. Okay. You pinning down the exact thing that she did that's inappropriate and you telling her the blatant consequences of it. Right when you got her right there making your good ass point, she'll do something to piss you the fuck off, right? And what will happen is you'll argue with her about her current behavior and you won't get to make your point. You understand? It's very tactful. Now, right here, this is happening even in court. Y'all be like, Kevin, no women. Oh, I do. I done been with a lot of women and had to argue with their ass too. So I know the tactics they make. All right, let's continue.
To talk. Remember telling Detective Ema that?
Correct.
So your brother did give you some details about what happened.
No, before he left the house, he told me he was going over there to speak with him.
Right, but you told Detective Ema that your brother said to Travis, I'm not here to start nothing with you. I'm here to talk. So you did have details about what happened more than Sebastian was dead and that Tyler was shot, like you told the jury or implied. Isn't that true?
I said I don't recall all of the details that were said that night.
The answer is yes. You knew based on what you just said, okay? If you told the officer that Travis told that your brother told Travis, I'm not here to fight, I'm just here to talk, that proves you had more details that day. So when I say that means you had more details that day, right? I don't recall. Oh, you recall because I'm asking you right now. Based on what you just said, don't that mean you had more details that day because you're trying to play stupid? Let's continue.
Was more concerned about Sebastian being dead.
All right. Didn't you also tell Detective Ema that the Travis ran out of the house and trucked my brother?
I'm going to object to counsel reading items into the
Sustained. Next question.
Isn't it true that you told Detective Ema that Travis ran out of the house and hit your brother?
I don't remember.
you look at page 11, please.
Now listen, y'all. If Travis actually didn't run out the house and hit her brother, okay, and you asking her about this today, do you remember telling them that? And she goes, I don't remember. If I'm the lawyer, I'm going to say, ma'am, how can me and the jury trust your testimony when you can't remember even what you said that day about what happened, let alone what actually happened, right? So did Travis run out the door and hit your brother? Because word has it, Tyler stole on Travis first. But if you told that person that day, you were lying that day. The reason we can indicate that you're lying, the evidence to support that is that you don't remember the day, even what you said, let alone what happened. So why are we reminding you back to what you said? Why don't we just have you recall the day? What happened? Did somebody run out the door and hit Travis first, or did he hit them first? I want to see today what you say. Do you see how this is making no sense, family? How can we trust your word? How can we take you at your word if you're saying different things all over the place? I'm asking you today what happened. Today. Let's continue.
Lines 3 through 5.
Has to impeach her again. Remind her of something that she said the other day because she can't recall today.
None.
Wow. Now imagine you arguing back and forth with your partner, right? And they don't remember shit, but you don't have nothing logged. You don't have nothing recorded. So no, they'll just say they didn't say the shit. And you know you was there. They lying right to your face, but they'll just say they didn't say it.
Okay. I'm ready.
Isn't it true that your brother said that he ran out?
That's why you feel, my
Yes.
bad, y'all. That's why you feel crazy and start recording shit, because you can't really have a conversation. Because if you talk about the conversation y'all had yesterday, she'll change it up. Or if he's a liar, he'll change it up. I say women do this because I deal with women, yo. So I don't behave like this. I ain't never changing shit up, yo. You can't give me no whooping. So if I'll either apologize for saying it, or correct the fact that I said it, but I ain't gonna lie that I said it. That's retarded, right? But this is exactly what will happen. Now you got something that she can look into to remind herself of saying it. And even when she see that she said it, she'll still go, I don't recall. You can record them and they still not about to sit there and say, let's say you have an argument. You say, you did say this thing. No, I didn't. You did. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. I recorded it. Then play it then and you will see I didn't say it. Play the recording. They exactly said it. And then they'll just say they didn't say it. Because you didn't record them before you recorded it, saying what they said they didn't say it. Now they'll say, I said it the whole time. That's what I said the whole time. You'll be ready to pull your hair out, bro. Let's continue.
Told Detective Ema.
So, but
Isn't that true?
yes,
Okay. And isn't it true that you also told Detective Ema that he was with his friends?
yes,
So you knew while you were at the hospital that his friends were with him. When he
after I spoke to Daryl, because
See
he
right
said
here.
his dreadhead friend.
Guys, the answer is yes. No. You knew this when you was at the hospital. Yes. Not after I had spoke with his. That's not an answer. It's just yes or no. But she ain't controlling the courtroom, yo. It's crazy. I'm gonna let him play for a little while unless I really have something to say so we can get through this though. But that's wild, man. If I call out every little problem, we'll be here forever. But let's go.
Is dead.
you already testified that you spoke with Chris and with Keyshawn.
I spoke to them after I spoke to Travis and Daryl.
So you're saying that that's how you found out about that was from Travis, from who?
Daryl, DJ, his brother. They were naming like that. They were saying that light skinned nigga. They were saying the nigga with the dread. So that's when I'm starting to understand like more people came rather than my brother, because my brother doesn't have dreads.
Well, then can you explain to the jury how it was that you just told the jury that your brother told you that I'm not here to start nothing with you. I'm here to talk.
Yeah, I'm not saying that we didn't have a discussion on the phone, and I don't want to. That's what I'm trying to let the jury understand. I'm not saying
What?
there wasn't a discussion over the phone. Was it a detailed discussion about what exactly happened that?
Real quick, you don't have an agenda, ma'am. You're not here to let the jury understand anything. You're here for me to ask you questions. That's all you're here to do is answer my question. You're not up there with no agenda except for to answer my damn questions. So you're not here to let the jury know nothing. I'm asking you questions. Answer my questions. That's simply put, answer my questions. Right? Well, let's continue.
At night? No, the conversation was not that long, is my point that I'm trying to get across to you. This isn't a detailed, what I'm reading, this is not detailed at all,
Well, this is your detail that you gave to Detective Ema.
which is very minimal because that's all I know. That's what I'm saying. When we talked on the phone,
I want to talk about what you knew. That's what we're
Okay.
going through, okay?
cool.
All right, Casey Gray.
You told Detective Ema also that it wasn't like that your brother came in there with a gun and tried to start something. You remember that?
Correct.
Again, you brought up Keyshawn and his gun, right? Look at page 11, please, lines 14 to 16.
Yes, I said you're initiating the fight. You're jumping on my brother. He came there to have a conversation with you. He doesn't. It's not like he came there with his gun because I knew he didn't have a gun. That's why I said that.
So you talked about Keyshawn and the lack of not having a gun, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Because now I'm figuring out there's a shooting.
And you also told Detective Ema that Tyler and Sebastian, who are your brother's best friends, had gotten shot, right?
Correct.
And then you remember Detective Ema asking you how you had so much detail and knew so much?
I said I spoke with them. They called me briefly.
Yeah.
They were crying.
Yes,
It was a
remember.
very short conversation.
Sure, but you do remember that.
And I also spoke with Daryl and I also spoke with Travis. So
You remember Detective Ema questioning you about why you knew so much details at an event that you weren't at.
no.
Okay. Page 12, please. You look at lines 12 through 16.
Yes.
Isn't it true that he asked you, and how do you know all of this? Your answer, I just spoke with my brother. Do you remember that?
And did I not tell you already previously
Yes,
that he
yes,
told me
yes.
Sebastian was dead on the phone? This says read the entire line. And then Sebastian is pronounced dead at this moment. And how do you know all of this? I just spoke with my brother.
And before that, there was a lot of discussion about all the details that you and I just discussed before this jury.
Minimal details. They're not they were very minimal details.
Do you remember telling Detective Ema that none of your brother's friends and your brother weren't
Thank you
answering?
so much. Now, I'm watching what you guys are saying to see if you guys are speaking on the case. And so far, Wood with that sticks, he's going in. Look what he says. Her brother sent the group text with everyone involved. Yeah, see, he's been paying attention to this case, obviously. And so we know that earlier on, she's already testified that she told them in a group text when they said that he's a dead man walking. She responded to them, not just the brother. It was a group text. Please go shoot his shit up. So now I didn't know nobody else was going. I didn't know. They didn't know. And I was just finding out right then. Yo, you telling a lie. But see, if you watch this whole thing, you would know. See, that's what the sticks is referring to, guys. Yeah, she's already talked to them before they went and told them to please shoot his shit up. Right? So now after the fact, she heard about somebody getting killed, right? And so she's like, oh, I just found out that more than one person even went. I ain't even know. Like, that's why I'm like dumbfounded here. What? Let's continue. Appreciate that. Thank you for that, Wood with the sticks. Keep commenting, King. Keep commenting. Loving your contribution.
Correct.
Now, mind you, I want to say that if you're talking to your significant other about who's at fault for any type of disagreement that you guys had, and they're doing stuff like this, and you can remind them, yo, you sent a group text. Her response was like, yeah, I told them that, and it was a group text, but I still thought that Travis was going by himself, so that ain't really tripping me up on nothing. Yes, it is. It shows that you told all of them to go over there, so you shouldn't be shocked. You shouldn't be shocked. You didn't just find out. You had all the evidence to support that more than one person was going. Why are they on the group text? They're on the group text just to hear about him going by himself? Like, you know they're going. Come on now. Let's continue. But anyway, that's what will happen inside the home, and you'll never be able to pin them down because the evidence that you have to support their lying, they'll disregard and invalidate that or start an argument to never have to deal with that evidence that you just presented towards them, or that evidence won't be actual evidence. It'll be something else, right? So even if you show them clearly how they initiated, how they're at fault, it won't be. They'll skew that, manipulate it, and make it your fault. You understand? It'll drive you up a wall, and what you will learn is this is not two adults here to have an honest conversation to get to some clarity, right? To fix a problem so we can both move forward in life, right? Have a healthier life and treat each other better. This is not that type of conversation. It's more about, I'm not going to be the guilty one. It's not about, even if I'm the guilty one, I want to know so I can help right this relationship. It's going to be, no, it got to be you the problem. It can't be me. And you can tell that's the conversation that y'all having. You're sitting there trying to be honest and ask real questions. They're sitting there trying to be deceptive and not answer questions. So you're not on the same page. And the best thing to do is not even have the conversation. But as a man, you kind of have to, because something wrong has been done to you and it's in a relationship and you want to right it, you want to fix it, you want to talk about it. And if you don't talk about it, then you're just leaving this person over here to not be accountable to what they did to you, because you know it's going to be an argument if you talk to them about it, right? So it's like they're bullying you. If you want to talk to them about it, they'll do a whole bunch of crazy ass shit, make it 10 times worse. So what you would start doing is saying, it ain't even worth talking to her about it. So you would start letting them run over you. And if you're a woman and this happens to you, you would just stop saying anything about it. Because you know if you tell him that he did something to hurt you, it's going to turn into that was your fault. You the asshole for even telling them that he hurt you. You ruined his day. He was having a good day till you brought something up that he did to hurt you. It ain't going to be about your feelings and how it caused you pain at all. It's going to be about how you disrupted his day and told him something that he got to deal with on his day, right? So you'll finally just start letting this person get over on you and bully you, or you just won't rarely be at home. You'll be always gone. And now your partner's wondering why you changed and why is there a distance? Because really you mad at them about how they've been treating you, but you can't talk to them about it because they're just going to make you madder. They're just going to say some more mean shit on top of what you're trying to confront them about. So you turn into this person who's like, I don't even want to confront them about what they did, because all that's going to happen is I'm going to find out how horrible of a person I am to deserve what they did to me. So if I go to them and say, yo, you saying or doing that thing to me really hurt my feelings, what they're going to say is, well, if you wasn't a piece of shit and if you didn't do this, then I wouldn't have said it. It's your fault. That's how it happens, family, when you're dealing with a toxic ass, underdeveloped person. Okay, but let's continue.
Remember telling Detective Ema, going into details about a text message that Tierney Coleman sent you?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
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 And isn't it true that you actually showed a screenshot of one of the text messages that Miss Coleman sent you to Detective Ema? You had it on your phone and you showed it to him. Remember that?
Yes.
And that was the only text message that you showed Detective Ema. Isn't that a fact?
Because I believe the context of the conversation was about that.
So again, the only text message you showed Detective Ema in your sworn statement was one text message from Tierney Coleman. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the reason you did that was you were trying to portray.
No, the
Oh,
reason.
let me finish my question.
Is it a question or is it an assumption?
Whoa.
All right, just wait for the question, please, Miss Jones.
My question is,
Fellas, now look, fellas, if you've been with a woman and she act like this, hit heart, click like, comment, I've been through this, answer the question. Is that a question or is that an assumption? Because she don't want to talk about this. Listen, I swear to God, this has nothing to do with if it was a question or it was an assumption. This whole goal is if I can get you to answer that question and go into if it's an assumption or a question and some little nuanced stupid shit, instead of the actual question, I don't have to answer that question. So just notice when they do that, Don't let it infuriate you and get you mad. Know that I'm hot. I'm hot right now. Let's just say that they done hid something in the room, okay? And you know they're determined for you not to find it. You don't got to talk to them. Slowly scan the room. Walk around the room. When you get next to where the thing is, you can see their body language. They'll start talking. They'll try and do something to get you distracted because you're actually close to it. Okay, you're getting hot. Remember when we was kids, somebody hide something and they tell you if you're getting hot or cold? She's telling you you're getting hot. Now, you don't really have some like truth serum for her, but trust me, if you can recognize the body language, she's full of truth serum, okay? When she acts like that, you on to something. You're very hot, yo. Stay right there. Don't let her distract you. Stay right there, family, okay? Take her on a fucking ride right there, because it's time that it's a reason for this. Watch.
Whenever day I was asked.
Well, I'm talking about Detective Ema now.
Correct. Right after, exactly. Right after everything has occurred, you have to understand I'm not in the right state of mind either. I'm just finding out someone passed away. I'm finding out my mom's car shot up. I'm finding out a lot of things at this moment. A lot of details are going to be left out.
All right.
I might have skipped that.
All right, just wait for the.
Yeah.
No.
Here we go.
Page 12.
Yes.
Here we go.
Yes.
And isn't it true that you actually showed a screenshot of one of the text messages that Miss Coleman sent you to Detective Ema? You had it on your phone and you showed it to him. Remember that?
Yes.
And that was the only text message that you showed Detective Ema. Isn't that a fact?
Because I believe the context of the conversation was about that.
So again, the only text message you showed Detective Ema in your sworn statement
Pay attention.
was one text message from Tierney Coleman. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the reason you did that was you were trying to portray.
No, the
Oh,
reason.
let me
See,
finish my
look,
question.
right there. The reason you did that is because you were trying to portray. You have, as a man arguing with a toxic ass woman, yo, okay? And believe me, they exist, okay? If you aren't here and you're a toxic woman, I don't care that you offended. Don't try to defend all women. I'm talking about toxic women, okay? And I'm trying to warn these young men. If you have a son, please give your son this advice because it can help him, okay? You have to have a good memory and be very focused, young man, when you're dealing with women, okay? A toxic women. Notice how she said you did that because you wanted to portray. You have to be very good at keeping your frame of thought because you will forget what the hell you were saying when they do this shit to you. You know how they say the devil comes to steal, kill, and destroy, and God is not the author of confusion? Well, a demon is the author of confusion, and they want their best to confuse the hell out of you and distract you, okay? So you said that, you did that because you wanted to over-talking. She starts over-talking her, right? You notice that, right? Because I don't want you to even finish your point because it's so damn good. You got me. I don't want you to look under that part because you're going to see it. I don't want you to finish your statement because you're going to call me out. It's going to expose me. So let me over-talk you. Let me do a bunch of shit so you don't get that. I know him, bro. I know him. Okay? Women looking at me like, he got us down pat. We are exposed. I mean, am I covering something? Is it a camera on me? Let's continue. Watch the behavior, okay? Watch this.
Is it a question or is it an assumption?
All right, just wait for the question, please, Miss Jones.
My question is, that's the only text you showed to the detective, right?
That wasn't what you said. See, she forgot. My question is, that's the only text you showed. And that's you was on your way to telling her exactly her agenda, her motive behind why she did that. And you forgot. Let's continue.
Yes.
Already answered that one.
Thank
Right,
you.
see?
Next question.
You never showed him a text from you sent about shoot his shit up or this is a dead man walking, right?
Not until the next day when I was asked, or whenever day I was asked.
Well,
Lady, if you don't hush so I can get my damn train of thought, remember what I was saying to you? Because I was about to pin your ass to the damn wall. And I can't remember my train of thought. And while you're trying to think of it, she'll keep fucking talking. Let's continue.
Detective Ema now.
Correct. Exactly. Right after everything has occurred, you have to understand I'm not in the right state of mind either. I'm just finding out someone passed away. I'm finding out my mom's car shot up. I'm finding out a lot of things at this moment. A lot of details are going to.
All of this talking is a diatribe, a rant. It's for no other reason than to try and push you far away from where you were, because you had her, and you let her get away. You let him off the hook. You remember what coach was that, y'all? Men in the comments. What coach was that? We had him and we let him off the hook. Right? We let him off the hook. Right? She pulled a trick play. Paige says, are you in the middle of writing a book? Have you wrote a book? I am in the middle of writing a book. Okay. Okay. Has this woman been charged? Nope, she's not. She ain't even being on trial, yo. This is just her witness. She's just a witness. Her boyfriend, who she did all this to, was actually the one that's on trial fighting for his life, y'all. Ain't that crazy? But all of this diatribe is just to get you further distracted, further off the damn course you was on, right? And really, she had her. You did that because you wanted to portray something. What was you? I wish I could hear the rest of what she was about to accuse her of, because old girl noted whatever she was about to say, man, you had her ass. Dang. Let's continue.
To be left out.
All right.
She can't remember what she was going to say. This lawyer is not prepared. She's not focused.
You may.
You got
Make
notes.
sure the
but
state knows what you're doing.
That's crazy, bro.
All right.
Like,
Can I have that statement back, please?
she got good notes and decent questions, but she's just not really responding. Like this is a tennis match. Like, court, you're supposed to be able to, like, man, she's just not showing her skill.
Remember looking at that yesterday and being asked questions about it?
Yeah, but honestly, I'm not really sure exactly what this is.
Well, you answered questions.
Oh, these are my phone. Oh, these are my phone records.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, you want to just take a look at them?
Mm-hmm.
So she pretty much survived.
You're familiar with that, right?
She survived, family. The thing that she said about is that a question or an assumption or some shit? It literally made the lawyer forget what she was going to say, and she forgot, and they're moving on. They're moving on, family. So, but just notice this, man, when it happens, okay? Because you, as a man, you will forget what the hell you was going to say. And she done 20, 30 things since then now, so you can't even remember what you mad at no more. You don't even remember what you originally went to talk to her about, because now y'all fighting over 6 arguments ago because she brought some new shit up because she couldn't talk about the thing you're talking to her about. Absolutely crazy, man. It's asinine. But let's continue.
Familiar with what?
Well, you just said those are your phone records, right? Your phone log, right?
Yeah, I'm realizing that now because I'm seeing numbers that I know. So,
Okay, well, we'll talk about that in a minute.
okay.
All right, and that call log, if you look at the first page, or second page rather, look at the very top. You see where there's some dates?
Yeah.
Okay, and that call log begins on April 8th of 2021, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's the beginning of that call log, is that right?
I believe so.
Was there anything preceding that page?
No.
Okay, go to the end of that call log. The last page,
Okay.
and tell me where that call log ends. What's the last date?
Of everything?
The very last entry. What was the date?
4/4/2021. That?
May I approach
You
the,
may.
Is this not the last page? I think you have that out of order.
Dennis Green, Arizona Cardinals. Let him off the hook.
Yeah, you guys had it out of order. Yeah, I have it.
This girl always got something.
So
to say.
yes, like I said, the last entry is 4/4/2021.
so the last page starts on April 4th, is that correct? Of
Correct.
2021?
Mm-hmm.
And it goes through what date?
The 8th.
Okay. And you've testified that you spoke with Linda Rudolph. Is that correct?
Yes.
And isn't it true that Miss Rudolph's phone number is nowhere in that call log?
Let me take a look for a sec.
Let's get the likes up, fam. Let's get the likes up. Come on now. Come on, we got 100 likes. Can we get 10 people to give us a like real quick? Come on, y'all.
No, I don't see her number.
You also testified to the jury that you called Linda Rudolph. Is that correct?
Judge, it's the same question.
That's the
That's
same
Here
question.
we
you
go.
just
We
asked.
Excuse
getting
me.
there. Got
Ms.
4.
Coleman, you remember that?
Yes, I spoke with both of them. And
Okay. And can you tell us where Ms. Coleman's number is on your call log that you turned into the police?
What they're establishing is that she said she called people, but they're not on her call log. So she's saying she called Travis's mother and sister, but she didn't. It's not on her call log. Okay, let's continue.
when I was asked, it's not there.
It's not there. That's all I asked. It's not on there.
Okay.
So did you delete those?
No. When I asked to turn my phone in, I turned my phone in.
So how did these numbers disappear from your call log?
Why don't you go ask the police officers or the
Whoa.
detectives?
Your
Well,
phone,
I
I'm
swear
asking
to God, you see this, yo? When you pin her down, she gets smart. Did you see that, right? So you said you called them, right? Yes. Okay. However, those calls are not on the call log, so they were deleted. I guess. What? How did the call logs get deleted? I wish the lawyer would not ask her why these things happen. I wish she would say, you deleted those call logs so you could boom, 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 and then assert what she right and end it with a question so she could say yes or no, simply yes or no. But she asked, why would you delete the call logs? Yo, this smart, venomous mouth person said, I don't know, ask the police. So my next response would be, is it your testimony that you believe the police deleted the call log of Travis's mother that went out to Travis's mother and sister? You think the police tampered with your phone? Is that what you're saying out here? Is that what you're telling the jury? No. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like, jury, listen to her closely. It sounds like she is saying that I should ask the officers how this got deleted, as if they deleted it, as if they would know. Do you hear her? Man, I'm gonna ask you again, because I just want to be sure. It sounds like you're trying to blame the officers. Let's continue.
if you deleted those.
I didn't, and I answered your question.
So you didn't delete them.
I didn't delete those phone calls between Tierney, and I didn't delete those phone calls between his mother. You would have to ask law enforcement.
Did you turn a different phone over to the Detective Vanderlyn?
What different phone do I have?
My question to you is,
See,
Did-
did you turn a different phone over? No, I didn't. What different phone do I have? So it's a question on a question. How the hell would she know what different phone you have? You're making my job extremely difficult. And it's time for that to end. Yo, answer my damn questions, man, or you're gonna be held in contempt. What you mean?
did you turn the phone over that was your phone that you were using on April 6th to Detective Vanderlyn, or did you go out and buy another phone and give her that phone?
You have your evidence on my mixed up. I had that phone prior when I was talking to Travis.
Okay.
So the phone that I turned in, you're asking me a question, I'm answering.
So it was the same phone.
It was the exact same.
See how you answer me a question, I'm answering. But you're not. You're saying some whole other stuff. It was the same phone prior from when I talked to Trap. Let's go.
Phone.
Tell us how they're the items missing from the call log.
That would have to be taken up with law enforcement.
You have no idea.
When I turned my phone in, everything that was in my phone and things that
See how she keeps going back to that would have to be taken up with law enforcement. She's trying to say it with a different tone now, but clearly she's flailing, right? Because I got you, right? So what she should say, okay, it sounds like you're trying to say that we should put the law enforcement up on the stand and ask them why they deleted the messages from your phone. In fact, it sounds like that's what you're suggesting, right? Because if you don't hit her with that, she's going to keep on saying, I don't know, ask them. So dumb. I'm asking you, it's your phone. Why would the police delete it out? I asked you, why would you delete it out? And you said, ask the police. No, I know why you would delete it out. I can't think of any reason why the police would be invested enough to delete out 2 phone calls you made to 2 women. But I can think of why you would do that. Like, let's continue.
That weren't there.
Or why you would say you called them and didn't. You didn't delete it. It was never there. You never called those women. You didn't call his mother or his sister to explain anything. You knew you was putting a hit out on Travis, and you sent them to your house. This is exactly what I would have said if I'm the lawyer. The call, I wouldn't have said how to get deleted. I would have said, I'll tell you the problem. The reason those call logs aren't there is because you never called such and such and such and such, did you? You orchestrated the hit on Travis, and there's no reason for you to call such and such and such and such. And you want to cover your tracks, so now you're going to say you called them. You thought that would sound good, but you had no indication that people would go through your phone, did you? That's what I would say. Not why would it get deleted? Let's continue.
I spoke on.
Okay. Now, you testified, may I approach?
You may.
You testified yesterday.
Lawrence, I got to, man. I have to tell when she dropped the ball too, sir.
The very next day, you turned your phone over to the detective. You remember that?
I don't know if it was the very next day. It was when I was asked.
Well, according to your testimony yesterday, you said,
Objection to misrepresenting their testimony.
Well, the objection is improper impeachment or improper question. So rephrase, please.
didn't you say that you turned your phone over to the detective the next day?
When the detective asked me to turn my phone in, that's when I turned it in. I don't know the exact day.
That's more deceptive talk, y'all.
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as defense number 8. Seven. Thank you.
Right, Elmer's Bush. Why would the police do that? Or why would they delete it in any trial? Why would the police delete stuff out of your phone? That's
I had
crazy
to
as
sign
hell.
that in order to turn my phone in.
Okay, so this is a consent to search form,
Correct.
and this is your name down here on the lower right.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, and my signature.
Is that your signature? And can you tell us what date this is?
4/15.
So April 15th of 2021?
Correct.
The incident occurred on April 6th of 2021?
That has no recollection for me. You have to understand that. When they asked me to turn my phone in, that's when I turned my phone in.
Okay, so you actually signed the consent to search on April 15th of 2021. Is that correct?
Correct.
Objection to the admission of the evidence.
Any objection? All right, very well. It's submitted into evidence. Now, you know, in the event that there's a review by the 4th District Court of Appeal in this case, those particular exhibits have to be down to, yeah, okay, you understand that. They're
Travis
not going to
Rudolph
be transported in that format.
played for the Giants and
Thanks.
the Dolphins.
So that was signed by you several days after the incident, right?
Correct.
And then you turned your phone in the following day after you signed that, and you sent your friend Paloma to do that, right?
Correct.
You didn't turn your phone over to the detective directly. You sent a friend.
Correct.
And the reason you did that was you didn't want to be interviewed by the detective. Isn't that true?
No, I was already previously interviewed by
Yeah.
her.
By Detective Ema. We've talked about that.
Exactly.
But the phone was being turned over to the lead detective in the case, Detective Vanderland. Isn't that not correct?
Correct.
And you never went to see Detective Vanderland. You sent your friend instead, right? Right?
My friend turned the phone in.
Yeah, you said
You
yes.
asked me this already, and I've answered. Yes, my friend turned the phone in.
And you told the jury
Whoa,
yesterday the reason you had your friend do it is because she
Pinning you
lived
down.
closer
Correct.
to the detective.
She's pinning her down. She don't like it. You sent your friend to take that phone because you didn't want to actually interview with Detective Vanderland, the lead detective, right? And then you see how she starts to act. Every time you pinning her down, every time you're making a strong point, she's gonna act this way. All right, know it when you see it, family. Let's continue.
Than you did, right?
Correct.
You lived in Delray at the time.
Right.
Detectives in West Palm Beach, right?
Right.
It's about a 20-minute car ride.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
You have a car, right? You had a car back then.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
You couldn't drive 20 minutes to drop your phone off to the detective?
It wasn't 20 minutes from my house, though.
How many minutes was it?
About 40.
From Delray to West Palm?
She was somewhere further. It was far from my house. It was traffic time. So I just gave it to my friend the night before, and she
Here's
just
the
turned it
story.
in after work.
Okay.
That's all it was.
So it's your testimony that the
Doing stuff
detective
with
told you that you had to come.
Start messing with your face and stuff like this. It's like people kind of want to cover their mouth when they lie, but if they don't cover their mouth, they'll get real fidgety, start playing with their hair and doing all kind of shit and looking over here, and they just do all kind of shit like that, family. Okay, let's go.
During a specific time that was traffic time.
Look how
Is that your
defensive she is now. She practically hugging herself now. Look how much more them arms are folded, right?
testimony?
She didn't say I had to come a specific time. I came when I gave my phone when I was ready to give it to her.
You could have gone anytime. There wasn't a specific time set during traffic time, right?
What's the question?
That's my question.
See,
Don't
she
you
got
understand?
No.
She said earlier that it was traffic, right? That was 40 minutes and traffic was bad. Now the lawyer says, well, she didn't give you a time to bring it. You could have brought it at any time because she doesn't know what his question is leading. She answers simply, right? No, she didn't say a time. Right. So traffic wasn't the problem. The day of time wasn't the problem, right? Now I don't understand the question. Go back. Now because she knows it's going to lead, let's see how she acts now. So let's go back a bit and let's see how she acts when she realizes she just got caught up, right? Let's go.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
You have a car, right? You had a car back then.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
You couldn't drive 20 minutes to drop your phone off to the detective?
It wasn't 20 minutes from my house, though.
Mm-hmm.
How many minutes was it?
About 40.
From Delray to West Palm?
She was somewhere further. It was far from my house. It was traffic time. So I just gave it to my friend the night before, and she just turned it in after work.
Somebody here on the live right real quick. Tell me what's traffic time. Okay. Okay. Tell me what is traffic time. Okay. Pamela, you might believe I'm cutting at the wrong time, but you'll see I have a really strong point I'm making here. So hang tight. I'll get back to it. I won't keep you too long here, but what is traffic time? What is that? What is traffic time? People on the road all the time, right? Rush hour, maybe, right? I don't know why you call it traffic time. Okay, let's just say rush hour. Okay, let's go. So rush hour or traffic time implies that it's a certain time that don't always happen, right? It's the worst time to be on the road, so to speak, right? Rush hour. Okay, we got that. So we're referring to a certain time, right? Now let's watch this. Let's continue.
Okay.
That's all it was.
So it's your testimony that the detective told you that you had to come during a specific time that was traffic time. Is that your testimony?
She didn't say I had to come a specific time. I came when I gave my phone when I was ready to give it to her.
You could have gone anytime.
Did you come? I came when, pause. I gave my phone, right, because you didn't come, right? But she told you could come anytime. So why did you not go? Because it was traffic time. Why? Why? So you can go at any time, but I'm going to send somebody else to take it because it's rush hour. But you could go after rush hour, right? Let's continue.
A specific time set during traffic time, right?
What's the question?
That's my question. Don't you understand?
No.
Okay. You could have dropped that phone off anytime. The detective didn't say you had to come during a specific time. Is that correct?
I dropped my phone off when she asked me to drop the phone.
Now she won't answer the question because now she knows, yes, it's going to lead somewhere. But a minute ago, she's the one who gave us the information. She didn't give it no certain time. This came from her mouth. The only reason you asking us because she told you. She didn't give you no time. Now, so you saying she didn't give you a time? Well, you the one that said it just 2 seconds ago. Let's continue.
Phone off.
You didn't. Paloma did.
Correct.
You remember there being some discussion yesterday about text messages with Daryl, DJ.
Yo, this lady
Remember
didn't
that?
even make her
Correct.
strong point. So, like, she didn't even make her strong point. Right now, all those questions are supposed to lead somewhere, right? So now you understand you didn't leave because it was traffic time. You gave it to someone else to take it over there because it's so-called rush hour. But now we learned that you didn't have a certain time you had to take it. So what reason did you say you gave it to your friend again, ma'am? What reason didn't you take it over there? Right? Let me make sure. Hang on. Hey, honey, I'm on a live. Okay. Love you too. My daughter. Right. So it's like she didn't even really do the thing. Like, it's like the alley is right here. The alley is right here. You got to come through with the dump now, right? No, she's gonna go back to the notes and just ask whatever question she had right there and not really make the point right here. That's the whole point of asking. But let's continue.
You remember you said on direct examination, I didn't know anybody went with Keyshawn to Travis's house. You remember that?
I said that yesterday.
You sure did. Do you remember that?
Tyler, I knew it. That's it.
You said yesterday, I didn't know anyone went with Keyshawn. Do you remember telling the jury that?
Simple question.
You were trying to imply there was a whole line of questioning about this.
Sustain.
You testified yesterday that you didn't learn about all this until you were speaking with DJ. You remember that? That's what you told this jury.
Overruled. Overruled.
Answer the question, please.
I'm confused.
Okay, well, let's try to unconfuse you.
Let's start over.
Because hold on. All right, go ahead. You remember
Listening.
you remember telling the jury yesterday when the state was asking you questions about DJ's text, you guys texting back and forth?
Okay, that's what you're talking about. Yes.
Yeah. And then you told this jury that the first time you heard about all of this and that there were more people that went there besides Keyshawn was when you were talking and communicating with DJ.
But prior to this, you have to remember me, Keyshawn, and Tyler were in a group chat. Remember, you said that out of your own mouth.
You also just testified that there was a FaceTime. You told Detective Ema details about your brothers going there. Don't you remember you just testified about that?
She's chronologically way out of order.
All right.
Wow.
She's just like chatting right now.
Start
Wow.
over again.
Oh,
You are like, I don't even
All right.
understand where
Stop,
you're going.
Ms. Jones. All right. Next question. Start over again so we can get this.
and then the judge comes in here and just basically tries to calm it down, but he don't really go get on her head right here. Like she's just chatting basically. I mean, for real, she is, yo. I mean, like, yo, will you get on her and get her in line? This is crazy. She up there really acting like this is play court.
This cleared up and move on.
Your Honor, though, can I say something?
No. Stop.
Your Honor, though. Your Honor, though. It's funny, man. Let's continue.
Stop.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You knew well before you spoke to DJ.
Guys, mind you, all this is happening because she don't like this question. That's why this is happening, okay? But let's go.
in those text messages that your brother and his friends went over to Travis's house, right?
No.
You said yesterday that you began to understand who came to the Rudolph residence after and you spoke with DJ, or during the time you were speaking with DJ. You remember that?
No.
Look how quick she's saying no.
Isn't it true that you texted Keyshawn, Sebastian, and Tyler in a group text at 11:44 p.m. on April 6th? Where are you all at?
Can I see?
I'm just asking you. Do you remember that?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. Do you remember Tyler sending you a
Objection. Witness is asked, does she remember? She said she did not. She should be given an
Well, this is a different question, though.
Yeah,
Right.
that's
All
good.
right, go ahead.
moved on, though.
Overall, overruled. Go ahead.
Isn't it a fact that Tyler sent a text back to you, Keyshawn, and Sebastian at 11:44 on April 6th? We're on our way right now, RN, right now. Do you remember that?
Do you remember that text? Responsive
No.
reply text, excuse me. All right, next question.
Isn't it true that Tyler sent you, Sebastian, and Keyshawn?
Do you remember whether is the
Okay.
proper way to ask that
Do
question?
you remember whether Tyler sent you, Sebastian, and Keyshawn a group text at 11:44 a.m.? And that text saying, I love you so much, I got you. Do you remember that?
No.
Do you remember a text at 11:44 that you sent in a group text to Sebastian, Tyler, and Keyshawn? Your response was, okay. Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. Do you remember a text at 10:16 that evening, before the other text that I just read, that Tyler sent to you saying, send me his address. Do you remember that?
No.
Do you remember at
Now,
10:17?
guys, I want you to see how she resting her hand on her head on her hand here, elbow on the table. Very disrespectful, and the way she's answering is just no, no, no. And the lawyer just letting her say no and moving on to the next question. Right now, I imagine the lawyer when she's sitting here practicing her battle rap, like virtually every rapper do before they go on smack, that she thought that this girl was going to say yeah to all these questions. Right? Right? Do you remember him texting you and saying I love you and I got you? She thought she was going to say yeah. Do you remember them saying I'm on my way? Yeah. Do you remember them saying this? And when she says this, I'm going to say, so you did know that more than one person was going. However, when she's reading her notes, right, the girl actually saying no to everything. So she didn't prep for what if she say no to everything. She should have said, if she says no to everything, I'm going to remind the jury that, can we really trust her testimony being that she forgot all these key things that happened? So let me remind the jury of what happened. She texted and said this. They texted and said, we're on our way. They texted and asked her what was the address. She gave it to them. They texted and said, I love you and I got you. So all of this whole timeline right here, they are actually talking about them all going to the home. But notice how she said she didn't know they were all going to the home. However, whenever you remind her of a clear conversation where you would have to know that they're going to the home because the conversation is revealing that, she says she don't remember it. And look at how fast she's saying it. Unresponsive. She's being unresponsive because clearly she had this conversation, but playing like she don't remember. So if she really don't remember, how can we trust anything that she says? Let's continue.
That you sent Tyler Robinson a text that said 550 Teak Drive. Do you remember that?
The address.
No.
Okay.
No, I don't remember sending the
Do you
address.
remember at 10:21 p.m. on the evening of April 6th, sending Tyler a text that where you said, tell Keyshawn, come on. Do you remember that?
No.
At 10:24 p.m. that night, do you remember sending Tyler a text? Okay, you here? Do you remember that?
No.
And after the shooting took place, which was approximately midnight, do you remember at 12:58 after the shooting that you sent a group text to Keyshawn, Sebastian, and Tyler? Call.
No.
Right, Howard. She even demanded to see the text.
You
before she
knew,
answered, so
well,
she wouldn't be getting perjured.
before you spoke to Daryl DJ, that group of men were together and that they were at Travis's house. Did you not?
I knew Keyshawn and Tyler were together. I didn't know Sebastian was there.
And you're not just trying to distance yourself, right? From
Distance
having any
myself from what?
knowledge. Right, well, you didn't want anyone to know that you were communicating with them because you didn't want to get in trouble. You
Get in
didn't
trouble
want-
for what?
Well, you could have been in trouble for setting this whole thing up and setting this.
Now, guys, you remember yesterday, okay, when she said that she looked up, okay, accessory to murder, that she looked up all those things in her phone because she was worried it was a situation and she wanted to make sure that she wasn't going to get in trouble for anything. She said this. Now today it's like, yo, you don't want to get in trouble. What would I get in trouble for? Now she don't know what she would get in trouble up for. The shit you Googled for. You could get in trouble for the shit you Googled about with the same phone. That's what you can get in trouble for. Why are you playing dumb like you don't know how in the world you could even be in trouble? Why? You already looked it up, lady. Self-defense, accessory to murder. You looked it up, you Googled it. That's what you could be in trouble for, the shit you was worried about and that you looked up. Let's go.
This emotion. Weren't you concerned?
Setting what up? Your client shot 84 rounds. There was no shots back. What did I set up?
Well, you sent somebody to go shoot him, didn't you?
Did he get shot?
You sent somebody to shoot him, did you not?
Right there, contempt of court. your ass is going to jail. Okay. You know, you can't ask a question back on a question. You didn't answer my question, but you getting smart with me. And the question and the shit you said back smart pisses me off right now. So as a lawyer, yo, I didn't go through all these years of study to be sitting here and treated like this, right? Disrespected like this. You know damn well, number one, I feel like you playing me like I'm stupid. Like if he don't get shot, that means you didn't send him. You sent them to go shoot him. Did he get shot? That's irrelevant to what you did, though, right? Were they successful is very irrelevant to what you did. So did you send him to shoot him? Did he get shot? Man, I swear to God, I would have laid the hammer down right here. Yo, they're not doing what they're supposed to do. But let's see how she handles it. Watch this, family.
Did he get shot?
All right, Ms. Jones, you had to answer the questions, not ask them. All right, next question.
Look at how she rolled her eyes. The judge told her the problem, right? You need to answer the questions, not ask them. She stared at the judge, just looked at him like she's starting to lose respect even for the judge because he ain't laying the hammer down either. And she just rolls him and looks back at Your Honor, at the lawyer like she ain't shit. Like, still said it. Shit still happened. You still got that work. Somebody like this, you can show him better than you can tell him. Let me show you.
Okay, you here? Do you remember that? Okay. And you're not just trying to distance yourself, right? From
Distance myself from what?
Right, well, you didn't want anyone to know that you were communicating with them because you didn't want to get in trouble.
Get in trouble for what?
Well, you could have been in trouble for setting this whole thing up and setting this in motion. Weren't you concerned?
Setting what up? Your client shot 84 rounds. There was no shots back. What did I set up?
Well, you sent somebody to go shoot him, didn't you?
Did he get shot?
You sent somebody to shoot him, did you not?
Did he get shot?
All right, Ms. Jones, you had to answer the questions, not ask them. All
Look
right,
how she
next
look at the
question.
judge still. Look, he done talking, but she still looking at him, right? Watch the eye roll. Boy!
Okay.
Let me tell you something. It's not just the venomous tongue, okay? It's the demeanor, the eye rolling, the way she's sitting, and everything. If this was a conversation between a husband and his wife, he's going to feel very disrespected from the way she even just sitting up here postured, looking at him like he ain't shit, talking to him like that. So that would infuriate him as well. You understand? Because you know when you're being disrespected, okay? And ladies, if you're talking with your husband about something serious and he looking at you with this type of demeanor and shit, trust me, he do not respect you. Do you want? And that would infuriate you. It would piss you off. It hurt. Whatever emotion you would feel, you would know that's inadequate, right? But this is what's happening. Clearly, there's no respect here, right? So one person is here to do a job, get as many answers as they can to unfold and reveal all the evidence as possible so they can make a correct verdict, right? One person is here for that. But one person is here to be deceptive. Who is that? It's obvious here, right? But let's continue.
On April 6th, at 10:24 p.m., before the shooting, do you remember Tyler calling you?
No.
Do you remember seeing that call on your phone extraction, states number 17?
If I can't see any evidence in front of
I'll
me,
give it to you.
this happened 2 years ago. I don't remember. So you're going to keep receiving
Now, she's
I'm not
still
trying to.
See the talking and the diatribe here? But I'm gonna read some of the comments real quick. Let's see. He was definitely about to get shot. Absolutely. Someone says I should be talking about how inexperienced the lawyer is. I have been, and not inexperienced, Valencia, but how ill-prepared she is and how she's not controlling the courtroom. She is very experienced. She is a private attorney. She's not a court-appointed attorney. So she is getting paid for this, okay? No less than maybe 170K, okay? That she's being paid. So just imagine, guys, you pay someone upwards of $150,000 to represent you in court. It's a murder charge, murder one. That's gonna cost you, Okay, so you've paid this person this much money to represent you, and that's what they up there doing. Man, you got to be kidding me, right? But notice we're not even on the subject anymore. Was she trying to set him up? Now we've moved on, but let's continue.
You may. All right, and you've provided Ms. Jones with what?
I just provided her with state 17, which is a phone log.
Thank you.
Okay, so what was the question?
You remember Tyler calling you at 10:24 p.m. on April 6th.
Well, do you remember or do you not?
Right.
Looking through the
Okay.
No.
The question is, do you remember now
remember.
without looking
question is
through
I have to
everything?
look first.
All right, so you don't remember. Is that
I
right?
have to look to see exactly the time.
She's doing that shit with the judge. She said, the question is, I have to look. The question is, do you remember? You're supposed to say if you remember or not. You know, this is key leading that you're lying, right? Because if you don't remember it, you have to see if you said it to say it, then that shows you lying. Like you're giving it away that you're a liar. Do you remember it is the question. If the answer is no, then we'll refer to the paperwork. But the judge can't even get control of her. Well, he ain't really trying, but you can see she's definitely disrespecting him, and he ain't controlling the room either. Let's continue, y'all.
Shows you more than just somebody calling you.
All right, well, if the
Source,
lawyers are all
it
right
shows
with
you
that,
the-
I'm all right with it.
Okay, I don't remember. I'm not even
Do
against
you
that.
see?
I don't remember.
My question is, do you see?
No.
You don't even know my question, so how are you answering no?
Do I see the conversation of Tyler calling me? No.
Not a conversation, a call on your phone log.
No, I don't see it.
Okay. Do you remember at 10:52 Tyler calling you?
No.
Do you know if that's on your call log?
Who?
That call. Do you see a call on your call log at 10:52 from Tyler?
She don't even want to look, y'all. This is not
No.
somebody working with you. She don't even want to look.
Okay. Do you remember Tyler calling you, that you called Tyler at 10:58 p.m. before the shooting?
I speak to them all the time, so I don't
I'm
remember.
asking you if there's a call on your call log that reflects that.
He's
No,
had
that isn't
seven-
what you asked her. You asked her if she remembers.
Do you remember?
And I said no.
Okay, and now take a look at that and tell me if you can see a call that you made to Tyler Robinson at 10:58.
I don't even know his number anymore. I don't see. So no, I'm going to say no.
Well, do you see anything in there that reflects Tyler? You had Tyler's name in his phone as what? In your phone? What was he in your phone as? Tell the jury, please.
I don't even see it. I think.
No,
he was-
how did you have him as your contact? What was his name in your phone?
Y'all right. This lawyer. is
Didn't
not
you just hear me
good.
say I don't see it?
No, I'm asking you
Whoa.
how you saved his name in your phone. What was his?
I don't remember. It might have been Ty, but I don't see it here.
You're still in touch with him, right? So you don't know how you put him in your phone?
That you have to be specific now. You're using the present tense or the past tense. I can't tell. Ms. Perlette.
Okay. At 10:59, a minute later on April 6th, do you remember calling Tyler?
No.
Okay. Another call at 10:59 on April 6th. Do you remember calling Tyler?
No.
At 12:20 after the shooting, now April 7th, do you remember calling Tyler?
No.
At 12:23 on April 7th, do you remember calling Tyler?
No.
12:38, do you remember calling Tyler?
No.
1:29 in the morning, do you remember calling Tyler?
No.
1:31 in the morning, do you remember calling Tyler?
No.
Now, with respect to those questions, can you tell me if you, by looking at that document, if you see any of those calls on there that we just discussed?
I don't remember his number at the time, so I can't tell you.
She don't want
And
to.
again, you don't know what you saved it under, right?
Yo, this is what I'm saying.
At the time, sometimes
She knows she's lying, and she called all those times, right? And she deleted the number, so she don't want to look. She don't want to look. So she knows she's lying. So to take the time to sit here and look for something that she know ain't there, she ain't willing to do. Like, this is crazy. And then the lawyer can't even remember what question she asked from the next question that she asked. The damn judge is having a reminder that you ain't asked that question. That was a different question. You confused and shit. Like, goodness gracious. Let's continue.
He's changed numbers. So if he changed his number, I might not have saved it at the time. So no, I can't see his name right now.
So there were some text messages that we already have in evidence between you and Tyler and a third party that have Tyler's name on them. So on April 6th, he was named.
Objection improper. Counsel's testimony.
Sustained. Stand up and stretch, folks, but obey the cardinal rules while you're doing that.
Okay,
Sorry.
no problem. So
Make sure I ain't missed nothing.
Is the big oversized consent form.
yes. Okay. Showing what's been admitted into evidence as states number 8. Take a look at that, please. I'm just going to remove that.
Yo, real quick, I got to pause this. That's a great statement right here. Great point. T.A. Abdil Hakim Bey says, her combative behavior towards the court is indicative of her guilt and unwillingness to cooperate during this cross-examination. Bam. I need some sound effects, man, because that deserves a Don DeMarco. All right, but I ain't gonna hold you too long. Let's continue. Thank you, Abdil Hakim Bey.
Okay.
You familiar with this search history?
Yeah, it's my search history from my cell phone.
It's your search history from your cell phone, right?
Correct.
And the first page, it starts on April 7th of 2021. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the very last page concludes at April 15th of 2021. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, if you look at the first page. Are you on the first? You need another moment to look?
I'm
through it?
on the first page. Go ahead.
Okay,
Sorry.
no problem. So on April 7th, at 6:41, I believe it is.
Jay, what is it then? If it's not an indication of
You
guilt,
see
what
that?
it is, bro?
That entry? It's about a quarter of the way down on the page.
Stand your ground law.
Right. You researched on your cell phone, stand your ground law. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was at 6:41 in the morning, right?
Yes, after everything happened.
Right. A couple of hours after you spoke to Detective Ema, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
The same day on 4/7/21, at 6:41 in the morning, you also searched stand your ground law in Florida. Is that correct?
Correct.
On 4/7 at 9:01, you searched death penalty in Florida. Is that correct?
Correct.
On 4/8 of 2021, you searched accessory to murder. Is that correct?
Correct.
Why were you interested in that?
I'm searching on my phone like normal people do when they get into uncomfortable situations.
Well, when you searched up that term, accessory to murder, what?
Guys, I want to remind you that yesterday, when she was asked this question by the state, she said she Googled it and looked it up because she was concerned. It's a difficult situation to be in, and she wanted to make sure that she had not done anything wrong that she would be in prison for. That's what she said. This was her words. So today it was just, she just looked it up like any normal person would. What normal people just look up implication to murder and stand your ground law in Florida? Normal people look that up. Is that what you're saying, ma'am? Is that your testimony that normal people look up stand your ground laws in any state? Is that your testimony, ma'am? Like, what the hell? Seems like you're trying to look up if Travis can be convicted or if he's going to potentially get out of this, saying what his rights are. That's what it sounds like you're doing. looking up stand your ground laws. You want to see if he was in the right to do what he did. You're looking up implication of murder because you want to see if what you did was wrong. It's not because you're just some normal person. Following the incidents that just happened on the very next day, you're going to sit here and play the court and say that you did this just on a whim, ma'am, because you're a normal person. Moments after hearing this person was shot down the street from his house, after you sent him to his house, you just so happened? Come on, jury, you hear this shit? Let's continue.
What did you learn?
I didn't really learn that much.
Okay.
I wasn't really looking too hard into it. I never been in a situation like this, so I just was looking,
Well,
literally.
What does that mean, accessory to murder?
I don't know. You're the lawyer. You tell me.
Whoa, boy, I'm gonna rewind it back just a bit so we can get back to that. But just for people to be clear, so they don't, in case they don't have the backstory, her boyfriend, the one that's being tried for murder, is Travis Rudolph, ex NFL player. He was on his way to the CFL when his girlfriend found in his phone that he was cheating on her, potentially cheating on her. They had not saw each other on the norm. They were in a really tight relationship where they were spending the night. She was spending the night at his crib like 5 nights a week, but it's been about a month or so since they've really saw each other like they used to, because she said they was on a break, but then she changed it up and said, well, they didn't see each other for that month because she was healing from cosmetic surgery. Okay, so when she finds out that the person that he had been in fact talking with another girl, she made him call her on FaceTime to see what the reaction was going to be. And when she said, based on how they interacted, she could tell it was more than a platonic friendship, she slammed and broke his phone. He went in on her, telling her body wasn't as pretty as the girl he was cheating on her with, which is completely provoking and rude and mean and hurtful. She flies off the handle, calling him a broke bitch. She starts punching him in the face. He grabs her arm to keep her off of him. She falls. She runs back and tells her brother that he slammed her twice, that he hit her, that he bruised her up. And then when they said he's a dead man walking, she responded back, please go shoot his shit up. Now we're talking about after they went to go shoot his shit up, what happened, right? So just to bring you guys in. Okay, let's go.
Ground law in Florida, is that correct?
Correct.
She about to have that smart ass mouth, that venomous tongue again. Watch this.
On 4/7 at 9:01, you searched death penalty in Florida. Is that correct?
Correct.
On 4/8 of 2021, you searched accessory to murder. Is that correct?
Correct.
Why were you interested in that?
I'm searching on my phone like normal people do when they get into uncomfortable situations.
Well, when you searched up that term, accessory to murder, what did you learn?
I didn't really learn that much.
Okay.
I wasn't really looking too hard into it. I never been in a situation like this, so I just was looking,
Well,
literally.
What does that mean, accessory to murder?
I don't know. You're the lawyer. You tell me.
No, you're the one that said you wanted to go to law school, right?
I'm a realtor.
Do you have a college degree?
What the hell you asked her she got a college degree for? Not very good lawyer work here. You understand? Not very good lawyer work here. The question is, are you competent? You do not need a law degree to Google accessory to murder, stand your ground laws, the death penalty. You don't have to have a degree to learn something when you Google that. So she said, did you learn anything? Not much. I just skimmed over it. It wasn't a real deep search. Ma'am, are you competent? Now, you said that you read over it, you looked it up. You had to have learned something, right, when you looked it up. So what is accessory to murder? I don't know. You the cop. No, I'm asking you. You looked it up. What did you learn about it? I'm sure I know a whole lot more than you do. I'm sure I know a whole lot more than you know about accessory to murder, but I asked you. And I don't think you understand what's happening here yet. Like you're so dumb, you don't even know you in court getting smart with a lawyer right now. You don't even know we're in a situation where you answer my questions, not ask them. So let me just assume that your ass is incompetent because you looked up accessory to murder. You looked up death penalty. You looked up stand your ground laws in Florida, but we'll also say you didn't learn nothing from it. We'll also say you didn't really look it up. So you looked it up, but not to really look it up. I Googled it, but not to really read over it. Like, yo, you sound dumb as hell. And based on the math that you're giving me right here, I'm going to conclude that you are dumb as hell. You know what? I don't want to ask this person questions anymore. I'm going to hold them in contempt. I'm going to ask the judge, can we hold her in contempt? Let's continue.
No, I have a real estate license.
So on
And why does that matter?
on April 8th of 2021.
Honestly, right. Why does
at
that matter?
10:59, you searched up self-defense in Florida. Is that correct?
Like she losing.
Correct.
She losing to this girl. This girl is up here on the stand having a smart ass mouth, clearly lying, but she kicking this lawyer ass. What's the point of that question? The lawyer didn't even want to answer it. Even the question. She don't even know the reason for that damn question. She only knows how to respond with what's in notes. It's like, are you a real sentient being here who has really studied law, who can work on the fly, who can respond to somebody? Because that question was silly. Do you have a degree? What that mean? What's that question for? The lady asks. No answer. But you shouldn't be asking me questions no way. But really, no answer. Let's continue.
And then on April 8th at 10:59, you searched self-defense, correct?
Correct.
And that was only a day after this incident, correct?
Correct.
And then on April 12th at 5:35 p.m., you searched Florida Stand Your Ground. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then on April 13th at 10:39, you searched Mark Shiner, attorney, net worth. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Why were you looking at Mr. Shiner's net worth?
Because I just knew Travis's financials and I knew he couldn't afford, so I was just curious.
Okay, but what does Mr. Shiner's net worth have to do with Travis affording a lawyer?
Because I heard he hired him, so I was curious. I heard he was hired, so I was curious.
Okay.
I'm allowed to
His
search
net worth?
anything on my phone. It's not illegal.
Okay. On April 13th at 10:51, you searched best prosecuting attorney, Palm. You remember that? Palm Beach.
Okay.
You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Then you searched on April 13th.
You have to remember now at this point, a lot of these aren't just my searches. People are asking me questions and I'm using my phone to find certain things. The beginning ones, okay, yes, these definitely were me, but
These are other people using your phone now?
they're not using my phone. That we're having conversations and I'm typing it into my phone. It's not just me sitting there typing all this every single day.
You're having discussions with your friends about
Can't be accountable for
self-defense
shit.
in Florida, right?
Not necessarily about self-defense, about the entire situation.
Well, you just said that some of these things weren't necessarily you. Your friends were talking to you and you
We're
were
just having an open, when you have an open discussion and you might yourself just type something in your phone. No one's telling me to type anything. No one's forcing me to. And no, I'm just having open discussions with people and I'm typing it in on my own.
Right, so you typed it in on your own, but you still blaming it on them for you typing it in, right? So the first things you typed in was all on you, but the other things you really can't be held fully liable for typing them in because other people are telling you things and you typing them in. But whenever she pressed you about it, well, they never told you to type stuff in. I'm still typing it in on my own though. So why you even tell us that other people are involved? That's anything you type in your phone. Some things you type in your phone because you looking it up. Some things you type in your phone because somebody said something that intrigued you. Somebody said something that you didn't know, so you want to verify it. Like, girl, you're doing a whole bunch of random ass talking when all I'm looking for is yes and no. Let's continue.
My phone.
I understand you're typing it, but
Mhm.
your testimony is that you and your friends or people are having a discussion about self-defense as
And
it
she gonna
relates.
chase her down this damn crazy ass rabbit trail about her and her friends who talking to you. Like, that's ridiculous. Did you Google self-defense? Yes. Did you Google self-defense because your friend suggested it? Because your friend said something that prompted you to? Why did you Google self-defense? Since it's hard for us to determine now why you type shit in your phone. And now we have to ask, was that you? Or was that a friend who gave you the idea to type that? Now we got to put them in two different fucking boxes. We got to compartmentalize what she Googled. Yo, you Googled it. And it's going to be all this you Googled it. We're not compartmentalizing it, so you ain't got to be accountable for this that you Googled. And then this right here, I can be accountable to that I Googled. But that right there, nah, I Googled that because somebody said, no, you Googled it. Yo.
Not my testimony.
You Googled it because you wanted to know. That's why you Googled it.
If that's what you were doing.
No.
You and your friends having a discussion about self-defense as it relates to Mr. Rudolph's conduct.
No.
Right, T. Taylor. No point.
I didn't think it was self-defense at all from day one.
Then why were you looking it up?
I wanted to know, is it a crime for me to look at my phone for
Jones,
to be knowledgeable?
No, don't ask questions.
It's a crime for you to run your motherfucking mouth right here. It's a crime for you to lie in this courtroom. It's a crime for you to come up in here and be disrespectful and evasive. You ever heard of contempt? You ever heard of perjury? Try me. Now, I asked you why you looked it up, and you're going to say, is it a crime for you looking it up? Man, this couldn't have been me, man. Couldn't have been me. Let's continue. My son always say that. Couldn't be me.
Questions, answer them.
Okay, I was trying to be knowledgeable. That's the answer.
Because it was relevant.
It wasn't relevant.
See how they'll just disagree with shit? It's relevant because just last night, your friend got shot because he was on a fucking mission to kill your ex-boyfriend. And now it's irrelevant. It's not relevant why you looked it up. What? And then she said, I wanted to be knowledgeable. I would have held right there. That's how I know she's just reading notes and not really responding in real time. Why did you look it up? I wanted to be knowledgeable. Good that you say that. Actually, interesting that you say that because just earlier you said you didn't really do a deep search and it wasn't that deep. You was just skimming. So is that typically how you do when you're trying to be knowledgeable? Do a very basic skim of things? Is that what you do when you're trying to be knowledgeable, ma'am? Because you said you looked it up because you wanted to be knowledgeable. Earlier you said you looked it up because that's what normal people do when they're in an uncomfortable situation. And then you said that you didn't really read over it. You didn't learn much from it because you didn't really look that deep. It wasn't that serious, but you looked it up to be knowledgeable. Again, brings you back to my other question. Are you competent, ma'am? Because you can look something, from the sound of it, you can look something up to be knowledgeable, but then won't look into it because it ain't that deep. Right. So you didn't really want to know about that shit. Let's continue.
You just look up stuff that has no relevance or that you're not interested about?
I look up stuff that I'm not knowledgeable about. That's what I look up about.
How would you know you're not knowledgeable about it? I don't look up stuff that I want to know about. I don't look up stuff that I'm concerned about. I look up stuff that I want to know about. How do you know that I'm not knowledgeable about? How do you know what you don't know? How do you know what you don't know? How do you know what you don't know? So right now I'm going to Google something that I don't know. Somebody help me with that. Right now. Google something you don't know, guys. Google something that you don't know real quick. What you don't know? What I don't know, family? What I don't know, Google. Siri, what I don't know? With no relevance, no nothing. The problem is you looked up murder type questions, right? But right after someone was murdered. But now you're trying to convince the court that it was for no reason, that it was just a whim to become more knowledgeable. You mean right after somebody died? Lady, have you ever heard of cap? Ma'am, you cap. Judge, can I say cap as a lawyer? Can I say cap? Let's continue, man.
Okay.
All right, there's not going to be any more argument back and forth. Ask the question and you answer the question.
Okay.
April 13th,
Okay, the judge said you
2021, you searched JetBlue customer service. Remember that?
Okay.
And then on April 13th of 2021, you searched up pro bono. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And then the same day you looked up pro bono lawyer. You remember that?
Yes.
What does pro bono lawyer mean?
Do the work now, get paid later.
That was for something completely different. A pro bono lawyer takes you and they take your case for free. Yeah. It had nothing to do with, no, I wasn't looking for a lawyer. This is something completely separate that you don't even know about. So that's not relevant to the case right now.
I thought the other stuff wasn't relevant to the case. So that's something different. That's something different that you completely don't know about. That's not relevant to the case. Oh, okay. According to you, Googling up stand your ground laws in Florida isn't relevant to the case, ma'am. According to you, ma'am, now jury, y'all hear this, right? According to her, right? Accessory to murder had nothing to do with the case. It was irrelevant, right? According to her, everything she's Googled so far was just to become more knowledgeable and was not relevant to the case, even though it happened just some hours before, Your Honor and jury. But now when I bring up this other thing that I see in her phone, she tells me that particularly isn't relevant to the case. Well, none of it is, right? Stupid, according to you. Let's continue.
Where you're looking up defense attorney, Mark Shiner net worth, and then you're looking for a free lawyer.
Objection to counsel testifying.
And arguing. Next question, please. Sustain.
You've testified repeatedly that Keyshawn did not have his gun that night, right?
Yes.
And you've testified repeatedly that Travis was the one that had the gun and he's the one that shot Sebastian and Tyler, right?
I didn't testify that. I saw it.
You saw Travis, what?
I saw Keyshawn not have his gun.
You said Keyshawn did not have his gun, right?
Correct.
Okay. So isn't it true that your research regarding self-defense would have nothing to do with Keyshawn's conduct since he didn't have a gun? The only one that had a gun, according to you, at that time was Mr. Rudolph.
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah, that's the question.
What's the question?
Isn't it true that the reason you researched self-defense had nothing to do with your brother having a gun because you've testified repeatedly he didn't have a gun, right?
Correct. He did not have a gun.
And according to you, it was my client who had the gun and shot, right?
Correct.
And
Okay,
self-defense.
Another excellent point, okay? Eric Weston, I wish I had the Don DeMarco, okay? I wish I had sound effects. He says relevant, meaning appropriate to the current time, period, or circumstances. So you have to point out the definition to these narcissists, okay? Because they'll just lie. Relevant means appropriate to the current time, period, or circumstances. So around 12 midnight, there was a shooting that occurred, right, ma'am? Yes. Okay. At around 6 a.m., approximately 5 to 6 hours later, you were Googling stand your ground laws in Florida, weren't you, ma'am? Yes. Isn't that relevant to the crime that took place at 12 o'clock midnight, ma'am? No. How is it not? Because I didn't intend for it to be relevant. That's what I'm doing. I'm saying I didn't intend for it. My intention wasn't that it's relevant. No, I'm asking you, just remove your intent. Okay? Is it relevant, ma'am? Is accessory to murder relevant? Being that you told your brothers to go over there and handle that man. Right? Self-defense, is that relevant? Being that he shot after they came to his house? I mean, right? Life in prison, death penalty. Isn't that relevant being that your friend just turned up dead? Right? Are these things relevant, meaning appropriate to the current time period or circumstances? No, it's not relevant. Man, you got to be kidding me. Right? I don't want it to be relevant. Eric Weston, other Don DeMarco. Yo. And you also said, yeah, cap should be, it should be something that you can call in law. It should be. Yep. Objection, Your Honor. Objection for what? Cap. Overruled. Overruled. Let's go.
Involves the use of a gun and you're defending yourself.
Seriously.
Feel free to stand up and stretch, folks.
Take a break, actually.
Yeah, a few.
She over here asking for breaks and stuff. This is crazy, boy. If I'm Travis, I would definitely go ahead and replace my lawyer if I could, because this woman was scared of bejesus out of me. You hear me?
All right. Next question on a new subject.
That's why I think she got
All right.
immunity. See,
Well, we'll take a restroom break then for, well, wait a minute. It's almost noon. How much longer have you got?
2 minutes. Not even-
Literally 2 minutes?
Less than 2 minutes.
Okay, go.
Until I'm done to go home.
Well, after redirect if there is any. But we'll take a restroom break after Cross is finished.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Burlett.
You looked up self-defense because after speaking with everybody, you believed that somebody was
Objection,
acting in
Judge.
self-defense, right?
Let's move on.
Last time on that one.
Weren't you?
No,
Then why did you look up self-defense?
because I have an iPhone and I can look up anything I want to.
On direct examination
Did she just move on?
today,
See, she her own problem. This man, he needs another lawyer. I'm telling you now, yo, he needs another lawyer. Let's continue.
with Miss Edwards, you said you were asked some questions about web searches, and you said you did some of the searching in case if I need to turn myself in. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do remember saying that.
What
See?
did you mean by that?
I was unaware.
No. You look this stuff up because you got your own fucking iPhone and you can look up whatever you want to look up because you're a normal person who can look up stuff whenever you're in an uncomfortable position and you look up stuff because you're knowledgeable, right? Right. It's not because you had to worry about if you had to turn yourself in like you said yesterday. It's the new thing you're saying today. Yo, they can't win with me. My brain is too sharp. I remember everything, yo. I can repeat it back verbatim. You can't play me. But this lawyer, she may be good enough to go to school and remember some shit to pass the test and maybe can understand law. But I'm talking about on her clear memory, her clairvoyance of understanding what you said earlier to what you said now, what you said yesterday to what you're doing now. Yo, it's very small. And that's why she's losing this case. I don't think she's not knowledgeable. I think she put the work in. I think she studied. I think she was prepared, but she ain't prepared for this type of attitude. She ain't prepared for shit like this. So she gonna get her ass kicked today in the courtroom. Damn. You got a dead to rights right here. You looked it up because you wanted to see if you had to turn yourself in. Next day, 1 day later, I looked it up because I got my own phone. And I can look up whatever I want to because it ain't a crime to look stuff up, but I look up stuff because I'm knowledgeable. And I look up stuff because I'm a normal person that look up stuff when they're in an uncomfortable position. She ain't a rookie, Michelle Campbell. She is not a rookie. Look her up. She is actually a very well-known, prestigious, if you will, like private attorney, right? It don't read like she's a rookie, okay? Unless she's really good at marketing, but let's continue.
Aware and knowledgeable about this entire situation. So I did some research. That's the bottom line of it. Can we please move on from this question?
See, she
But
want to
you
move on.
believe you had some
She wants to move on from this question because she knows, hey, you hot. Basically, she just told you, you hot right now. You hot. So when the girl tells you, I don't want to talk about that no more, this makes me feel uncomfortable. Why you keep bringing stuff up? Why you doing it? Why you? Because it's it's hot. She telling you, you hot. You got my ass. Let's go.
culpability that you had.
If I believe I had some culpability, I would have never came. I would have.
See, that she overtalks, does all this elusive shit, smart shit, disruptive shit, distracting shit whenever you getting hot, family. Look.
I would have never came. I would have came in with a lawyer, a paid one, not a pro bono one. And I would have made sure
that Keyshawn did not have his gun that night, right? That Keyshawn did not have his gun that night, right?
yes.
And you've testified repeatedly that Travis was the one that had the gun, and you said Keyshawn did not have. Why did you look up self-defense?
Because I have an iPhone and I can look up anything I want to.
On direct examination today with Miss Edwards, you said you were asked some questions about web searches, and you said you did some of the searching in case if I need to turn myself in. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do remember saying that.
And what did you mean by that?
I was unaware, unknowledgeable about this entire situation. So I did some research. That's the bottom line of it. Can we please move on from this question?
Now
Because
watch.
you
Over talking.
believed you
Watch.
had some culpability that you had.
If I believe I had some culpability, I would have never came. I would have came in with a lawyer, a paid one, not a pro bono one. And I would have made sure.
So hang on. She came in with a pro bono lawyer, but you also Googled pro bono lawyer. if I would have thought that I had something to do with it, I would have came in with a paid lawyer, not a pro bono one. But you Googled pro bono lawyer. That's indication that you Googled it to search for your own lawyer. But you also said you Googled it so you can make sure you didn't need to turn yourself in for what would be guilt, right? For what would be a part of the problems that led up to this, right? Right. But now when she says, okay, why would you look it up? Because so to see if you want to turn yourself in. A whole nother thing. Right? Like, this is unbelievable, yo. Let's go.
That I would have never spoke to any law enforcement if I thought anything was going to happen to me.
And she lets her over talk. So she's like, when she asked her this next question, did you do that because you didn't want to be held in compliant or held like you're responsible for it or have something to do with it? If I would have she didn't let her finish the question. If I was doing that for that reason, then I would have showed up with this type of lawyer, not that type of lawyer. No, you don't get to say this. If I was doing that, then this would be the case. And like, it's really called post hoc or ad hoc to say, if this happened, then that would be if this was true, then this would have happened. No, that's not true. You understand? That's actually guys, you know, if anybody on here, you know what I'm trying to say when I say post hoc, ad hoc. I'm talking about the mental hiccups that we make whenever we're in a line of thinking. It's called something. The name of it's called something, and normally I can tell you, but I forget. But let me continue. I'll think of it.
Did I do that? No, I completely, from day one, agreed, turned my phone in. Anything that was asked of me, I did.
We ain't
So
actually,
no,
none of
you
that.
have it incorrect. And that's the last time I'm speaking on that.
So you turned your phone in. Over a week later, after you deleted items from it.
She thinks she could tell them when the last time is she gonna speak on something. Yo, she in here running this damn courtroom. I ain't even gonna hold you. She is running their ass.
No, when they told me to turn my phone in, my phone was turned in.
And items were deleted from it, right?
And they retrieved them, is what I heard.
Okay. And you were concerned still, though.
Who wouldn't be concerned? This is not a normal situation. Of course I'm going to be concerned.
That's why you said, I needed to do this research to see if I had to turn myself in.
I research everything. I research what.
Do you see how she literally sit here arguing with herself? Ladies, men, if you haven't raised your sons, okay, to deal with this type of shit, if they don't have the mental fortitude, the maturity level to be able to handle somebody acting like this, they're gonna fly off the handle and be in jail because they're gonna go off on that woman. Okay, I'm serious, yo. The neighbor's gonna hear them screaming and yelling. She gonna say it's an abusive relationship because he gonna be on her ass all day, every day, yelling and screaming because she gonna act like this. Clearly, she's saying, who wouldn't be worried? Who wouldn't be worried? Right, and that's why you looked it up because you was worried. Nope, didn't look it up because I was worried. Who wouldn't be worried in a situation like that? She says. Right, and that's why you looked it up because you was worried. Again, like I said, I wasn't worried. That ain't why I was. Who the fuck? Yo, how can I? You can't talk to somebody who clearly can see they caught up and can't even accept the fact they caught up. Like they will play like they don't see the fucking inconsistencies that shows who they are. Just break up with her. Not the lawyer can't do that right here. Okay. But you as a man, you can't explain to her the inconsistencies that she's presenting to you and why you don't trust her. Because she's going to say, I don't see what you're saying. I don't know what you're talking about. And if you want to break up with her, she won't even understand why you want to break up with her. She won't get it. You don't need her to understand or agree with the decisions you got to make to protect yourself, man. And a lot of times what will happen is because she will play dumb and act like she don't understand what she's doing, your ass will play as a man like, okay, maybe I can still coach her and teach her. And with time, this will reduce and she'll stop eventually. Hopefully we can get past this, but she know what she's doing. The playing stupid shit is just to get over on you. Yeah, Sakina said, you're so right. She playing him like a piano. Yeah, she Beethoven right here. Mozart. Okay? Let's continue.
Any little thing, I research.
I'm
a knowledgeable child. I'm sorry if you felt like this was inappropriate to research.
You're a knowledgeable child, but you looked it up to be knowledgeable, but didn't learn a damn thing from it because you didn't really look, because you didn't care. You was just skimming and you wasn't looking it up. I'm a knowledgeable child, though. What are you knowledgeable about? What are you knowledgeable about? What does accessory to murder mean? So this is what I would do if I'm the lawyer, right? Oh, you're a knowledgeable child. Here I was thinking you were incompetent. Okay, knowledgeable child. Because you looked it up, knowledgeable child, what is accessory to murder? Because earlier when I asked, you said, you tell me you're the lawyer. No, you tell me you're the knowledgeable child, right? Right, Jury? She's a knowledgeable child, right? Right, I'm knowledgeable, but I'm still a child. So I know shit, but I still shouldn't be held accountable to what I know, right? I'm a knowledgeable child, right? What I know, don't hold me accountable to what I know due to my lack of age or maturity, right? So, hey, I know a lot of shit and can throw my weight around like I know a lot of shit, but don't hold me accountable to what I know because really I'm a child. Right, makes sense. So I can talk like I know it all, have a smart ass mouth like I know it all, but also I'm a victim. It ain't really my fault, and everything that happens to me is the fault of someone else. I'm a child, right? I get it. Knowledgeable child. I get it. Let's continue. He's accused. He's currently on trial for it, so he's fighting for his life. Hopefully, he can survive this, but he's fighting for it, family. So this is the court case. Let's continue. Shouldn't be much longer.
All right, thank you very much. Before we take that restroom break, let's find out, is there going to be any redirect? All right, okay, so we will take a restroom break then for 10 minutes. We'll be back at 12:10. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to try to finish with this witness before we take a lunch break, all right? Pardon me, leave your pads, remember and obey the 4 cardinal rules. No research, no discussion, open mind, and you won't run into any of us, so we don't have to worry about that one.
Nope, she still has about a few more minutes, so let's get back to it. While they're waiting to come on, man, I really want you to be careful as the things that you say to women and the abusive words that you can be saying that can destroy her ego, her self-confidence, how she sees herself. Don't be a terrorizer, okay? That is completely wrong. Do you understand? The amount of pain and torture that you can do to her with your words is on a whole nother level too. This woman clearly was insecure with herself and went and elected to have a BBL, which is the butt stuff and the lipo, okay? You still really can't tell that she did all of that. So you know she's not really high on herself. When she finds out he was cheating, he eventually begins to torture her with saying this evil stuff like Kayla has a better body than yours, and then was comparing her to other women. Like, just because another woman may be better shaped to you, which is subjective, it's no right to mistreat this woman, man. If you dating a woman and you are committed to her, you saying this is your person, understand there's other women out there, and somebody gonna have a better body because it's subjective. It's not really a fact. So if you see somebody's body that you might find more attractive, man, that's not a reason to cheat on your girl and treat her like shit and tell her that. Do you understand, ladies? If you meet another man while you are committed in a relationship and he got more money, more going for himself, nicer car, nicer house, that is no reason for you to do your person wrong, go cheat on that person, and come back and tell them it's their fault that you cheated because that person got more. Yo, that only points to you, your lack of discipline. That only points to your character. Do you understand? So that's evil. And what that man did to her is wrong. I actually feel bad for that part. What she did from that is absolutely wrong. She tried to have a man killed. And if you ask me, she's still trying to punish him. She want to see him go to jail. I'm telling you, men, women can get in their emotions and terrorize you for over little or nothing. It can be over something that you didn't directly say to her. She could do this because you was messing around with her and didn't have a relationship with her. She could do this because you told her it was just fun and games, and now she wants a relationship. And she can act this way. But I can tell you, you can almost guarantee that she'll act this way when you go out of your way to terrorize her, say mean ass things to hurt her. I can guarantee you that that's going to increase the chances of her acting like a demon, a woman scorned. Okay? Yes, she can be mad at you and it ain't necessarily your fault. But my goodness, men, don't let it be your fault. Okay? And I would warn my sons the whole time, women have venom. They are very dangerous. Do not provoke a woman. Do not do that. Yo, she can ruin your life, yo, with a word. She can leave the house that day and you don't even know what's about to come towards you because you done fucking got smart with a woman. Do you understand? A woman scorned, that's why they say this, because of the things she's willing to do whenever she is angry. All that love she got for you is going out the window. It turns into hate and spite, okay? And she won't stop until you down. And she'll use every tactic that she has, okay? But let's continue. She'll tell every secret you ever told her. She'll tell everything that could incriminate you. If you're selling weed, if you're selling drugs, she'll tell the police that. And that ain't got nothing to do with you cheating on her, okay? But her goal will be to unravel every damn thing you ever worked for. Her goal is to hurt you as badly as she feels pain right now. And to her, that means do whatever is necessary, man. So don't sit here and provoke a woman. Don't do it. Let's continue, though. We're going to try to get through this. But you guys are looking at her. She doesn't have a body, even though this was 2 years ago. You wouldn't look at her and say, damn, she got a banging ass body. She must have had some work. Right? She looks actually kind of normal. I would say, based on her hairstyle, she kind of looks
welcome
like
back, everyone. Take your seats.
All
right, you may commence with redirect.
Making her look more broad. Her shoulders appear a little bit more broad.
Ms. Jones, did you love Mr.
But again, none of this points to
really?
the value of this woman. None of this points to how she should be treated in a relationship. So if you're going to mistreat her because she don't look like what you think, what you would prefer her to look like, or because you understand that there's women prettier to you, please let her go free. Leave her alone. Don't string her along if you know you're not going to treat her right because you're not necessarily very attracted to her. A lot of men will get with women that they're not really attracted to. And because they're not that attracted to them, they'll have a smart mouth with them. They'll have a short temper with them. Okay. A lot of men they got no patience for a woman with no ass. Okay. That sounds crazy. I know that sounds crazy. Okay. Okay. It does. But men, just back me on this. Okay. Back me on this. Okay. A woman with no ass. Okay. If you like breasts and she ain't got breasts, let me just say, not just if she has no ass, but if you an ass man, okay, and she has no ass, you're probably not gonna have a whole lot of patience for her and what you put up with her. Well, will you be with a girl who ain't got no ass? You might, but it's gonna be reluctant, okay? If you an ass man, men are sight oriented, so y'all don't think I'm being mean. Your looks they really matter to men, okay? So he'd like for you to be a dime piece, but understand his budget, what he's accomplished in his life might not yield a dime piece. Okay, so he has to work with who will have him. He has to get what he can take, what he can get. So if he's with a woman that he settled for because he couldn't get the one he wanted, right? Because he ain't got the bread or whatever, she don't look exactly like she wanted him to. So you won't want to start with this one, brother. Just tell me if I'm lying. Don't act like her. Okay, don't act like her on the stand. Tell me if I'm really lying. Don't try to cover this up. So men everywhere can escape this fact. Okay. But women do this too. They'll get with the man who they know is not really what they wanting as far as financially, what he can do for them, his looks even. And what she'll do is she'll punish him. It'll be punitive treatment. She'll tell him, your dick ain't big enough to raise your voice at me. Your wallet ain't big enough to put your foot down, okay? Like, she will treat you bad because you ain't really what she want, okay? Dudes do that shit too, okay? So if you're not as pretty as he like you to be, you're not about to get away with a whole lot of shit talking, okay? If you ain't got a real nice body, okay, you ain't about to get away with a whole bunch of shit, okay? But if you fine as hell, you can do no wrong. If a man got a whole bunch of money, he can even cheat, okay? Look at all the men. Look, they say you on your own, bro. But look, he ain't saying you lying though. Look, Pearline said you own one today. Eric says you definitely tolerate more subconsciously. Yes, you do. You do. If she bad, you're gonna take a little bit more. But if she don't look like you like for her to look, if her body ain't where you want it to be, see, y'all saying I ain't lying. Okay, I appreciate that. That's why they going to get them BBLs. That's why when you see them with the BBL, don't trust them. Because trust me, listen, that's one reason she went and did that shit. She said, my character's fucked up, okay? I can't be responsible for the things I do to save my life, so I'm unaccountable for everything I do, okay? I can't have an honest conversation without getting smart and trying to be mean and say terrorizing shit, okay? I can't change my character. Let me just go get these damn BBL because they'll put up with anything as long as you got is crazy, yo. See, I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna lie to you, even if it don't feel good. I believe that the truth will make you free. Truth hurts. Truth hurts. HERTZ. The truth gives life. It gives energy. Truth hurts. I always tell the truth, family. Okay? Okay? Tell the truth. All right? That BBL might come with jail. Yeah, if I see you with a BBL, I don't trust you. I know subconsciously to stay away from your ass. I just do. It ain't real. I do not trust that. I just don't. Now, if it's my own lady, okay, she done gave me children. We done put in mad years together. And she says, you know what, I'm working out. I can't get the same results I used to get. I've given you 3, 4 children. My body just is not going to look like I want it to look. And she really wants to look a certain way. For a woman who treats me right, I'll get her that. I might do that. I wouldn't change my woman's face, though. Yo, I need you to represent your ancestors the right way. I need your children, I need our children to see you and know that you don't think less of yourself so they can want to look like you and not to think nothing's wrong with that. So I don't want my woman changing her face at all. But over time, she done gave you children and things of that nature, family. Yeah, I might get that for my lady. Okay, make her feel more comfortable with herself, spice up our sex life. I trust her. She's proven it to me. But if I meet a woman who just went and did all that shit when she was single, man, you good on that. I don't even get to know the real you. You good. My kid's mother won't even get to know their real mother. I mean, my kids' children won't even get to know their real mother because they're going to see you. Like, nah, I don't trust all of that. And I don't even know what a woman with a BBL look like pregnant. I mean, I don't even... I don't know, man. Only dogs gonna hear me. My voice gonna go so high because I don't want to offend nobody. I'm gonna lose some followers over this, but I don't know about that one. Let's continue, y'all. Let's get into it. We're gonna finish this up.
We love him.
Yes.
Did you want Mr. Rudolph to die?
No.
You want Mr. Rudolph to die?
No. I don't even want him in this position right now.
Yeah,
Honestly.
you do.
I assume you love your brother.
More than anybody in the world.
And that you loved Sebastian.
Yeah, I did. And do.
And that you love Tyler.
Yes.
Sustain.
So I think the question everybody wants to know is that if you loved everybody, did you orchestrate a murder of your boyfriend?
Overruled.
Did you?
No. I didn't expect anybody to get injured that night.
That's not the question.
I want to talk a little bit about some of the things you were asked about on cross-examination. When you met Travis Rudolph.
Now, guys, this is the state, okay? I don't even know why it went back to that because this is supposed to be ending here soon. And I think the state maybe just asking a couple questions. I just want to be sure. All right, yes, the state is just going to close up with her. All right, Fabi. So what I'm going to say to you guys is, ladies, if you wondering why your man got a real short temper with you, okay? You let me say it this way, okay? Because I'm gonna say this to men. Men, if you wondering why your woman got a real short temper with you, okay, why she don't respect you for shit, you need to start wondering if you're the guy she really want, okay? If your money right, okay, if who you are is the right one for her, okay? Because if you can't live up to who her ex-man was in body type, sex, money, whatever the case was, or any man she ever known, she is not going to give you the respect. And you'll be sitting here saying, damn, that's what it is. I'm not your person. You're not really inspired by me. You don't really respect me. You don't really see me as the guy that you really love to be with, that you want to brag about your girls too. Like, you disrespecting the shit out of me. So what's the problem, right? My dick ain't big enough. I don't make enough money. I ain't doing enough in my life. I ain't accomplished enough for you. What's the deal? And honestly, this is when she gets smart with you all the time. She always unhappy about some shit, always starting shit, talk to you like you ain't shit. Don't care about nothing. You better worry about that, because they site oriented too. And they have these ideas of the man they want to, and they will mistreat a person that they don't really like that. They'll settle for him because single for women is a little different, okay? When men oftentimes men come with benefits to relationships. We pay the bills, family. Okay, we offer certain things that a woman just don't get whenever she's single. So she will tag along in a relationship with a man that she really would prefer a different man, right? So that's probably why she's treating you like that. And men, ladies, a man will settle down with you and get in a relationship with you just to have in-house pussy, okay? Just to have in-house sex. You're not somebody who we really see as a wife, but he will commit to you in a real relationship with you just because you're good enough for right now, okay? You make him happy right now. That's about it, but he ain't really seeing no future. So when you realize he's very short with you, he ain't got no patience with you. Trust me, he wanted a woman who looked better to him. Trust me. It ain't that you did nothing wrong, ma'am. But this man's preference is a little bit different, and you don't exactly, you're not cookie cutter, right? You're not the perfect woman for him by preference, right? If he ain't posting pictures with you, if he ain't like telling the world about you, but he committed to you and let it move you in, you don't look like this man wants you to look. If you did, he'd be showing you off. You understand me? He would, I promise you. Y'all better understand that when people got something that they love, they take it to show and tell. They brag about it, okay? But if you're in a relationship with a woman or a man and they both telling your ass, I don't want to take it that serious, let's not put it online, let's not put people in our business, what they scared of is you finding out the truth about them or realizing that what they telling you about themselves, in fact, ain't the damn truth. So you either going to find out about their past, which is the truth about them, or you're going to find out the present ain't true. And that's that you ain't the only one. Trust me, man, people do this shit for a reason. I'm not saying that there's nobody in the world who don't want to be on social media and they are faithful and everything's right. Maybe they are looking to protect themselves, but I'm telling you, these are red flags, family. But let's continue.
Was he still the NFL star with all the money that he had from that contract?
Sustained.
What was Travis Rudolph's financial state at the time when you two started a romantic relationship?
If you know, do you know the answer to that question?
Yes, I know the answer to that question very well.
Answer.
He didn't have money at all. He was financially struggling. He wasn't in the NFL anymore, and he didn't have a job because of COVID, so he was struggling.
Did you become romantically attached with Mr. Rudolph because you were hoping that there would be a payoff at some point?
Rephrase. Sustained.
Did you ever hope that things would get better financially?
Overruled.
I can speak. No, it was never the case because I didn't know he was going to the CFL, remember, until later on.
This is her thinking that she's about to get tripped up, okay? Guys, answer me this question. If you're in a relationship with a man, now she said she met him and he was struggling, okay? She met him and he was struggling financially. So the first time the question got objected to, did you know his financial situation and all that type of stuff? Was you hoping that that there was a bankroll, like jackpot thing to happen? And they didn't like that question, so she changed it. Did you hope things would get better for him financially? And she said no. Which one of you ladies would date a man who's struggling? Which one of you ladies would date a man that's rich? And while you're dating him, you do not want his financial situation to get better. Who wouldn't want that to improve? Listen, if she met the guy and he was struggling, that's fine. Maybe she didn't need an immediate lifestyle change or nothing like this. But if she met him, I know he gonna talk that talk. Yeah, I was in the NFL. I'm Travis. I was in the NFL. I played for the Giants. I played for the Dolphins. I'm about to go to the CFL. I'm trying to get back. I'm rehabbing right now. Yeah, you're gonna do that talk because a man gonna sit there and talk that talk. He gonna tell you what his goals and dreams are, especially if he's struggling. Because that's got to be. He got to have game now. If you already got it together, you ain't got to talk about your finances. But if you struggling, you're gonna have to have some game with you now. You got to tell her your plan now, right? So yeah, he probably said to her, "I'm working out. I'm training. I'm rehabbing for the CFL in hopes to get back into the NFL." And if you dating the guy and you care about him and you love him, like you said you did love him, you'd want his dreams to come true. This doesn't indicate that you want him dead or that you was with him to use him either. But I think she thinks that it does, so she don't want to answer the question. Who wouldn't want their man to be better? Who wouldn't? If you're trying to point me out as a gold digger, I probably wouldn't have dated a man who was struggling financially in the moment. Gold diggers don't necessarily look for projects. So it probably hard pressed to prove that. Now, could I get invested in his future while I'm with him? Yeah, but you're not going to tell me I met the man and dated him because of what he had. I just didn't. But she can't even answer the question because she thinks it's going to indict her. But let's go.
in the relationship. So I didn't even know that he was going to the CFL until later on. I didn't know his contract. I never asked him, never looked up his contract, anything like that. So no, there was no financial beneficial.
Sustain. Next question.
That's fine.
I ask, why did you love Mr. Rudolph? Was it financial or his person?
Him.
So here's someone here also who acting like the girl on the stand. Angel Love Eyes says he hates women, period. That's why he felt he needed to. Always throwing women under the bus. Just check his videos and don't have his own content. Ma'am, me talking is my content. Okay. The video I'm reviewing is the video I'm reviewing. What I'm saying to it is my content. So I do have content, ma'am. You may not like my content, and you could unfollow as well if you don't like the content. But me having 2 wives is no indication that I hate women. Like, he hates women, period. That's why he felt he needed to. So let's say you hate a certain food. Are you gonna order double of that food? Like, are you gonna ask for extra of that because you hate it? Like, wherein do you surround yourself with things you hate, ma'am? You sound ridiculous. It sounds like if I speak something that you don't like in reference to women, you'll just say I hate women. If you look at my videos, I absolutely hold women accountable for their horrible behavior. I'm a man. Their horrible behavior hurts me. I hold men accountable to their horrible behavior as well. I always hurt feelings with my truth, and they always ad hominem and try to tell me what I'm thinking. She on Facebook, Jamie, block her, okay? Just go ahead and block her, because she'll be done trying to report me, because they always trying to say I'm stealing content, when really I'm my content. I'm reviewing videos like every other reaction person does, but they like to say I don't have content. Let's continue though, family.
Overruled.
Him.
Why did you love him? Financial or him?
Him. I loved him. I loved him.
You were asked about the video camera footage from the Ring camera on the day, April 6, 2017, sort of as it got darker and Daryl Rudolph was present. Do you remember that? The Ring video of you actually getting put on.
Yeah. Sorry.
So you referenced that there were 2 separate times that you were put on the ground. Obviously, we watched one.
Correct.
Where did the other one occur?
Same place. Daryl was trying to push him back and get him away, and it happened same place, just a different timing.
And did you do anything to manipulate the recording system so that it didn't capture that?
No, I don't. I thought it was going to all be captured originally because it is a ring light, but I guess it doesn't work that way.
All right. So when you're talking about getting put on the ground by Mr. Rudolph, what exactly physically happened to your person?
So sure, I had cosmetic surgery. I'm not going to sit here and act like I didn't. It's 2023. My back and my bottom part of my butt was physically hurt because I was only about 6 weeks post-op, so I was still healing. They tell you about 8 weeks, and I was injured. Out of second time he slammed me, I was out of breath from his slam.
So what I want to know, and what I'm sure the jury is interested in, is the mechanics of what actually happened. Where were you held and how were you put to the ground?
Basically up here and grabbed by one foot, and then
just because the recording is audio only, I need you to identify the parts of your body.
Okay, so basically it's shoulders and one foot, and then fell back to the ground. He pushed me back to the ground.
So are you saying that he lifted you off the ground?
Listen to how this sounds, guys. Okay, so she said he slammed her at first, right? As if it was an attack. But the way she's explaining this, it was a defensive move, right? If he put his hands on her shoulders, what man attacks a woman by hitting her in the shoulder with his palms like this, right? What man reaches down to a woman and grabs her foot and holds it? She kicked him. He's holding her back. He's putting his hands on her shoulders to control her, right? Okay. something Love Eyes, Jamie, is her name. Okay. Angel Love Eyes is her name. Okay. But he's controlling her shoulders, what it sounds like. Yo, chill. Right. And then she probably tried to kick him, and that he done grabbed the leg. And that if she fell off of that, he pushes her back off of that. She falls. This getting you on the ground, controlling you, is how he would protect himself. Do you understand? If you hitting him, now the first time she fell, she popped right back up and went right back to hitting. So there's a second time you fell. A second time you got put on the ground. Well, lady, what do you expect to happen if you punching him, hitting him in the face with bottles, throwing bricks at him? What do you expect him to do? Just cover up into a ball like Oliver off Baki? Like, what you want him to do? He's going to hold your arms or hold your shoulders, push you back and try and control you. He's going to. And that's when you're going to feel how much stronger he really is than you. And then you're going to say whatever he's doing to protect himself is actually abusing you. So I was out of breath when I was on the ground. I broke my finger when he was protecting himself. That's the type of stuff that happens, family. So I'll do so much to this man where he can't sit here and take it. He'll have to get me off of him or protect himself. And then when he does that, I'll say that's an attack and claim abuse. But she said he picked her up over the head and slammed her. How he grab your shoulders like this and pick you up over his head and slam you? That ain't what you're describing, ma'am. But let's continue.
I'm not saying it was like up in the air, like above his head or anything like that. No, but he lifted my body off of the ground. My feet were not planted on the ground when I fell down and hit the rock part of his house.
Yeah, where they fail will be you abusing her. You grabbing her and holding her back is you abusing her because it hurt her wrist and you was grabbing her too tight, right? They'll weaponize everything you do while what they're doing as weapons ain't a weapon. They'll hit you first. And if you grab them, you grab me too tight. You tried to capture me, right? You try to do this to me. I fell on a rock. Yo. What? Yeah, I fell on this rock and it hurt when you was keeping me off you. We already understand y'all in the altercation where you hitting this man. So he gonna do something. Something's gonna happen to you. Let's go.
I want to talk to you about some of the things you were asked about your phone records and what time people called you and you said you didn't remember. What's going on there? Why don't you remember the exact times when people were calling or you called someone?
The way that she was addressing it, I wasn't understanding. If she's asking me, was I calling during the shooting? Yes, I was calling them. Like I was blowing my brother's phones up and things like that because I haven't heard from them. But when I'm on the phone with my friend, I'm just thinking they're with other girls or they're doing something. I'm not thinking there's a shooting at that moment in time. Her chronological order kind of confused me because she's discussing the hospital phone call. Then
that's a lie because whether she remembers it or pretends that she don't remember it or not, there's a call text message that goes on where they tell her we're on our way over there. Okay. We're almost there. What's the address? She gives them the address. Now she's saying, I thought they was out hanging with girls. I didn't even know they was over there. But I was calling them also worried about them. What? At 12 o'clock in the midnight? Why are you worried about what they doing at 12 o'clock midnight? They out with girls, right? So you think? This girl just tripped herself up all the damn time. She talks too damn much. Let's go.
Called someone.
The way that she was addressing it, I wasn't understanding. If she's asking me, was I calling during the shooting? Yes, I was calling them. Like I was blowing my brother's phones up and things like that because I haven't heard from them. What? But when I'm on the phone with my friend, I'm just thinking they're with other girls or they're doing something. I'm not thinking there's a shooting at that moment in time. Her chronological order kind of confused me because she's discussing the hospital phone call, then she's discussing the house phone call. There were several different phone calls that were had.
Okay.
Objection, Cap.
So just so it's very clear for the jury, did you call your brother Keyshawn after he left the house in Delray?
No.
So you never called him?
He left the house.
So let me just make sure we're understanding.
Yeah.
I'm talking about you get home from coming from Mr. Rudolph's residence.
Okay.
Keyshawn is now leaving your residence in Delray.
Okay.
Did you ever call Keyshawn Jones, your brother, between the time that he left the residence at that moment until whenever else was the next time you saw him?
Yes, I blew their phones up because I didn't hear anything from them.
So you were, when you say
thought there was
blow
some
their
girls,
phones
though.
up, are you talking about multiple calls?
I'm calling multiple times.
Now, earlier in
Now,
the
guys, watch this.
cross-examination,
She's calling the guys that's in the car together, right? She's calling all of them, but she don't know they're together because she didn't know they went together, right? Also, she thought they was out with girls. So you're worried about them because you ain't heard from them all day. So you call all 4 of them as if you knew they were together? That makes no sense. But why'd you call all 4 of them at midnight just because you haven't heard from them? You can talk to them tomorrow. It's not a big deal. You just ain't heard from them. How often do you have to hear from them? This ain't your man. It's your brother and his friends. How often do you got to hear from them? I ain't never just called somebody at 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, because I ain't heard from them and I think they out with girls. If I ain't heard from my own brother, I ain't going to call him at 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 1:54, because I ain't heard from him. It's nothing wrong. She's a liar. Let's go.
you were asked why those calls were not on your call log. Do you remember that question?
Yeah.
And during your direct examination, we had discussed that. Do you recall that, about the fact that you used multiple apps to make calls?
Yeah. So that's another thing that I don't think she really understood.
Why would she understand that if she didn't say it? Why are these calls not on your call log? Did you delete them? Why would you delete them? Why didn't she say, I used WhatsApp? I used different apps to call. Why would you use a different app to call? Makes no sense. But now that the state's over here trying to remind her of something so they can get a stupid ass, dumb ass conviction, now she remembers these things. And and then I'm gonna put it on her. That's another thing that she didn't understand. That's another thing you didn't tell her, ma'am. Let's continue.
Speak on different FaceTime audio. You can speak on FaceTime. You can speak on tons of other different devices. So that could possibly be a reason why it's not popping up on her phone, her evidence.
So let's make sure everybody understands the call log that was in evidence, or is in evidence.
Mm-hmm.
What form of calling is that, if you recall?
It's probably going to be regular phone call.
Okay. So any calls made on, say, WhatsApp, Instagram, or anything else would not be captured there?
I don't think it would, no, to my knowledge.
Did you delete anything besides the text messages?
No.
So you did not delete calls?
No, I didn't delete anything. The only thing I deleted was the shoot his shit up. And I've said that since day one. I haven't deleted anything else.
She also deleted the damn dead man walking.
You did not then delete, obviously, web searches either.
No, you guys have the web searches. There's nothing to hide. Like I Googled it. I'm not going to lie about it.
Now, you were asked a lot about web searches and why you chose to make those searches.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall that?
I'm 23.
No. I'm not getting into your reason at this point. Do you recall being asked those questions?
Yes.
And is that the kind of person that you are? You're always on your phone Googling something?
I'm just very informative. I like to know what's going on. Just like my brother, I'm extremely intelligent. I like to know what's going on. I like to be aware of.
Okay, good. What does murder accessory mean? You tell me, you the lawyer. I didn't gather much information. I was just skimming over it. But now you were this thorough researcher? Come on, man. You got to be kidding me, man.
Searches.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall that?
I'm 23.
Guys, why do you think that the first thing she did was say she was 23? Even though she wasn't asking her the reason why she did something, why do you think her explanation for the reason she did something starts off by giving her age? Men can't do this in this world. Women can. Why is that, family? Is it because women are not held accountable and they get to always talk about how old they were when they do stupid shit? Even if they're 33 when they do it, 35 and do it? Remember the case here recently with my brother? They said she was young. She 33. Now she 23. So y'all gonna be young forever, huh? The shit y'all do just get written off forever because y'all just young forever, huh? Forever young, right? And young means stupid, right? I don't know what I'm doing out here, right? But at the same time, you say I'm grown, right? You're 23, right? That means something, right? Let's continue.
No. I'm not getting into your reason at this point. Do you recall being asked those questions?
Yes.
And is that the kind of person that you are? You're always on your phone Googling something?
I'm just very informative. I like to know what's going on. Just like my brother, I'm extremely intelligent. I like to know what's going on. I like to be aware of my surroundings. I like to play chess, not checkers.
Whoa!
So I definitely Googled whatever I Googled because I wanted to just be aware of what was going on. I've never been in a situation like this before.
So it was relevant. So it was relevant, correct? So then it was relevant, correct? You wanted to look it up because you've never been in a situation like this and you wanted to know the ins and outs and you like to play chess and not checkers, right? So it was relevant, correct? But while ago, it wasn't relevant though, right? She just looked stuff up for the sake of looking it up, right? But to now, I play chess, not checkers. I'm like my brother. I'm extremely intelligent, right? Your brother is so extremely intelligent that he texted you that Travis was a dead man walking, which is evidence that he was coming over there with drama. Your brother's so intelligent that he rounds up 3 other men to go with him and texts them in an open dialogue on his phone, knowing it can all be researched and investigated. He's so intelligent, right? That he went over there without getting the full story. He's so intelligent that he came right over and knocked on the front door, knowing that he would be seen on camera. If you can even manage to coerce the man out of the camera so you can do something to him, clearly you showed up knocking, right? Police can put 2 and 2 together, right? So the brother is super intelligent, right? And you're just like him, right? But he didn't think to get burner phones, did he? He liked to play chess, not checkers, right? Like what? What?
Okay. Are you lying to this jury about anything that you said?
Sustain.
I'm not.
Have you?
Jury, disregard that last statement, please. Next question.
Ms. Jones, did you send your brother Keyshawn Jones over to Mr.
Devices. So that could possibly be a reason why it's not popping up on her phone, her evidence.
So let's make sure everybody on, say, WhatsApp, Instagram, or anything else searches.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall that?
I'm 23.
No. I'm not getting into your reason at this point. Do you recall being asked those questions?
Yes.
And is that the kind of person that you are? You're always on your phone Googling something?
I'm just very informative. I like to know what's going on. Just like my brother, I'm extremely intelligent. I like to know what's going on. I like to be aware of my surroundings. I like to play chess, not checkers. So I definitely Googled whatever I Googled because I wanted to just be aware of what was going on. I've never been in a situation like this before.
Okay. Are you lying to this jury about anything that you said?
Sustain.
I'm not.
Have you?
Jury, disregard that last statement, please. Next
Why?
question.
Ms. Jones, you send your brother Keyshawn Jones over to Mr.
Rudolph.
Travis Rudolph's
It's crazy. It's
residence.
almost like they're really trying for a conviction of murder because accessory to murder is not that big of a conviction. It's like they really just rather get the big fish, so to speak, in Travis Rudolph. Because when she asked her this question, are you lying about anything? Notice how she paused and says, I'm not. That's irresponsive. I'm not what? She didn't want to say she wasn't lying, which is clear that she's lying. But the judge goes, remove that question. Yo, they burying this man. Let's continue. Allegedly.
To kill him or shoot him.
Absolutely not. And it sounds absurd and it sounds crazy for anyone to ever think that.
Does it, family? It sounds absurd and absolutely crazy for anybody to ever think that does it when you said, please go shoot his shit up. Why would it be absurd? Why, like, see, that's what I'm saying. You can have all the evidence to support something, okay? And what the terrorist will do, the emotional terrorizer, the narcissist will do is tell you that you dumb if you think that, even though you got all of the damn evidence. Okay, you texted her or him, said you would be there at this time. Now you said, where are you? I don't see you. So it appears you in the same parking lot that you said you was going to meet her in or him in, and you're texting her because you can't find her. Because she responded back, I'm right here by the Ross's, right? So now you telling me you never met up with this girl. I didn't. Well, you looking for her right here. And after she says I'm at Ross's and you said, oh, I see you. Nothing happened here. The next thing is I had fun yesterday with you. Yeah, if you think I met up with her and you think I cheated on you, you stupid. But all the evidence points to that. Yeah, anybody who think that is just stupid. Anybody who think that is dumb, it's absurd, it's crazy. And like, let's continue.
When Mr. Jones left the residence, you said earlier in your testimony that you saw his weapon, the firearm that he had purchased in his room. Is that correct?
Correct.
Who did you know was going with Keyshawn to the residence
Tyler.
that Travis lived at?
Tyler.
So you were, obviously you had spoken to Mr. Robinson, Tyler Robinson.
Correct. Those were the first two people I called after the incident.
Okay. When did you learn that it was other people also present?
When DJ started saying like, oh, that dreadhead nigga, like he's gonna die, da, 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 I put two and two together and I realized he was talking about Sebastian because they're always together. I know that they're always together. So I'm not gonna act oblivious like, oh, they probably wouldn't end up together that night, but he was not called to go over to the residence.
Let me see if I understand this. You knew for sure who was going and then realized who came.
Exactly.
Very poor. This redirect is very poor as well. They're not clearing anything up on
Ms.
her
Jones,
behalf.
you were asked about whether or not you felt guilty about this situation. And
Yes.
you answered yes.
Yes.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what you meant?
Of course. 100%.
Let me think of something.
So basically, I'm the type of person I'm just gonna say right now, I don't really wear my emotions on my sleeve.
Notice, guys, she has not given an answer. And that's what they do. It's going to be a whole lot of a whole syllabus, okay? It's going to be a whole diatribe that you probably won't even get the answer. But they want you to wait until they say it all, because in it will be the answer. But once you shut up and listen so they can say it all, the answer won't be in it. It'll be a whole bunch of other weird shit, right? You said you was guilty. What did you mean by that? Why ain't you saying the answer? Why are you doing all this other shit? Let's go.
But Keyshawn, okay.
Overruled. Go ahead. Finish your answer, please.
I'm the type of person who doesn't wear my emotions on my sleeve. So I might come off kind of cold, or I might come off like the situation hasn't affected me, but it has.
Why do you feel guilty?
Even on Travis's behalf, because I do love him.
Emotions. See, yo, she don't have an answer. Men can't do this. This is why I be trying to say, y'all, man. Men can't do this. We can't cry to get out of shit. The emotion, here we go now. Why do you feel guilty? Why? No answer, no answer, no answer, no answer. Now I'm going to cry. The type of person I am is I don't wear my feelings on my sleeve, so I may come off cold. Why do you feel guilty? Because a man is dead after I argue with someone. I had no intention of that happening. I had no intention of him going. I had no intentions of someone losing their life over it. And so, yeah, I can't help but feel guilty, because it all came from a conflict between me and Travis. And now somebody else is dead and injured. Of course I would feel guilty. I don't have to have I don't have to be an accessory to it or have contributed to it to feel guilty. But she can't say none of that shit. Let's continue.
Is there an objection? What's the objection? The legal objection is what?
I'm not calling.
Overruled. Just finish the answer to the question, if you will, please.
I want you to tell the jury why you feel guilty.
The judge gonna overrule that and tell her to finish the question like she has actually said why she feel guilty. This is why I'm saying, man, it looked like they trying to bury the brother, because right here, clearly you can see that she's doing a whole bunch of deceptive shit. But he gonna tell the defense over there that this is not overruled, that this is an improper statement. This is not the way to respond to this question. No, go ahead and finish answering your question that you're not answering. But let's continue. This is about to be over soon.
I feel guilty because the situation should have never ended the way it should. That's why I feel guilty.
Do you feel guilty because you wanted this to happen?
I didn't want this to happen.
One moment to confirm.
Yes, ma'am.
In retrospect, should you have just called the police instead of asking your brother to talk?
Definitely.
Nothing further.
All right. Very well. Thanks. Any reason why Ms. Jones can't go on about her day? All right. Thank you. Ms. Jones, watch your steps. Stay safe. All right. Now's a good time for a lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. We need to take apparently a little longer than I allowed for yesterday. There's been a request that we start off at 45 minutes.
All right, family. So listen, tomorrow, when we come back, I want to review the brother's testimony, okay? Travis's brother, because I want you guys to see how differently he is treated in the testimony, okay? He was jumped by those guys. They hurt him really bad, and when he's trying to explain to them that he was injured from it, the attorney who's cross-examining him goes, "Did it kill you? You ain't dead. You're still here, right? Right?" It's like playing down all the things that happened to him. But here, she fell on the ground due to him restraining her from hitting him. And they want to know all about that. If she fell on a rock, if it hurt, how many times, she was out of breath. Notice nobody said, "Did you go to the hospital?" Notice nobody said, "Did you go to the hospital for your injuries?" Notice that nobody asked her that question. But when the man says they was jumping me, which clearly it's on camera that there was a physical fight, they want to know if he went to the hospital. And when he says no, but I was very sore, me and my brother both was very sore and hurt for a while after that. But you didn't have no life-threatening injuries. You're not dead. You're still here to tell about it, ain't you? Just watch how differently they treat men than women, okay? I don't think women understand the world that we live in to the degree that men are treated very unfortunate in these situations, okay? So tomorrow we're going to review the brother situation who had nothing at all to do with this. Those men should have not been there to see his brother. They was there to see Travis, right? Okay, let's talk about what happened with his brother yesterday. I mean, with his brother on the stand, and he didn't do anything to this girl. She didn't send her brothers to do anything to Travis's brother, right? Daryl, DJ, okay? So tomorrow, be here at 12 noon. We're going to go over the cross-examination of Daryl or DJ, okay, Rudolph, all right? And I want you guys to just see how differently they're treated and all. This is going to give men a better understanding of what to look for in the world if they find themselves in a situation like this, and why it's in their best interest to run from women like this. Don't get in your ego and try to handle it yourself because you're a man and ain't nobody about to treat you that way. Please understand that in this world, she got you by the balls. She literally got the upper hand, okay? That's why I say find a good woman, okay? Because if you got women who are willing to use these tactful lies, deceit, manipulation, she can have you under the ground or under the jail before you could blink twice. Do you understand? Run, Forrest, run. Absolutely, Doreen. Know it when you see it, family, because you need a woman who really is going to have boundaries for herself, integrity for herself, okay? That she won't do this type of stuff to people. But if she's willing to, she can at any moment. And because of the system that's set up about you, set up around you, it is not going to be fair. So you should be very afraid of women, even though you're stronger than them. You should be very afraid, Okay, they can pull a victim and have your life ruined. Please understand this, men. All right. Okay. I don't, and people, for anybody who says, man, you bashing women, you bashing men. I teach for after I'm dead and gone, for my children who I raised by speaking exactly what I speak to y'all, can rewatch my videos and say, Daddy wasn't lying. He didn't say it different. None of that stuff. They have no remorse. You're absolutely right, Sage in the city. And they'll continue the lies for years after the fact that they try to abuse that man with those lies to begin with. And what a lot of women don't understand is while you're saying he hit you, if he did not hit you, that's you abusing him. So if you say, man, he abused me, if he did not abuse you, that act of claiming that he abused you was you abusing him. And I know y'all don't realize that, okay? But y'all seem to know when y'all are being abused, but y'all don't know when y'all are being abusive, okay? So whenever y'all are saying, you ain't shit, you broke, you a bitch, you ain't gonna never be shit, you dick little, the person that I had before you got more than you, he hit me, cops, he hit me, brother, he hit me, cousins, dad, he hit me. That's you abusing him. That's you abusing him right there. Do you understand that? Because a lot of times y'all act like y'all don't get that part. And years later, y'all still be saying, he abused me. He did this to me. You're still abusing him. You're still fighting him. You're still fighting. Now, if he come over and fight your ass, it's going to be a problem. But it's okay for you to fight. And the world makes it perfectly fine for her to fight. For her to go online and accuse him of shit he didn't do, they call it speaking your truth and getting your healing. That's not seen as terrorizing and cyberbullying. No, it's not. When a woman do it, it's just her truth. Speak your truth. Help all the people who's been through it. No, take them to jail. File a complaint. Protect yourself. Nobody wants you. You can't save nobody from this shit. The people who they say you're trying to help, they've already been through it. You ain't helping them. You're just saying some shit they relate to. Their nostalgia makes them believe you and somehow think you're doing them a favor. You not. Will the lies ever catch up, though? That's the question. Because they'll destroy everybody in their path with lies, propaganda, deceit. All the while, they'll be still attacking you, saying you're doing that same thing to them. I'm going through it now behind my own brother. It ain't even my wife. I'm still getting attacked by anybody she fucking dealing with. I know what it's like, y'all. I'm not making this up. They trying to get my pages deleted now. I ain't had nothing with this woman. They mad at me for speaking on it. Yeah, they'll try and bury you, and anybody who try to protect that man will be part of who she try to attack next. I've seen this shit, man. I know it. Now, I've been teaching on this type of stuff long before the thing with my brother happened, okay? But since then, she has been very revealing as to all the stuff I was teaching far before this ever even happened. And I think that watching her should make you guys more aware of it when you see it. But some people still pretend to be aloof to this behavior. If a man go online and constantly talk about what some woman did to him, they'll say, man, leave that woman alone. I can't even go live to say what they doing to me. Or they'll say, you trying to play a victim. Leave that woman alone. But if the woman goes live to talk about what's being done to her, they encourage it. Yeah, speak your truth. Yeah, talk that. Because majority of who's on these platforms are women. So they are controlling the narrative. Shame men for speaking out about what really happened to them, but encourage women for speaking out about what really happened to them. Assuming it really happened, okay? If a man get caught in a lie, expose him, exploit him, never live it down. If a woman get caught up in a lie, she was just emotional. She's trying to get it together. Steal. Yo. And because men are not really on social media or care enough to comment or type, it appears that the women that's typing are deciding the narrative, choosing what's right and wrong, choosing what's appropriate and what's not, choosing what's toxic and what's not. But what she just did caused a whole blow up. But she want to say what she just did wasn't toxic. Well, then why did it cause a whole blow up, ma'am? Why are you in denial? When the fuck are you going to admit that you causing what's happening to you? Never. All I did was hit him and maced him. That's it. He didn't have a right to protect himself. That's crazy. What? All I did was punch him in his face. He didn't have a right to put his hands on my shoulder and push me off of him. I fell, hit my butt on a rock. And I had just had surgery. Didn't you know you had surgery when you punched this man several times? It's on camera, man. He called me a bitch. Is that a crime? No, it's not, right? So when he said this bitch tripping, you started punching him, right? Okay, you knew you had surgery, right? So if he pushed you back on your ass, so now you want him to know you had surgery? You knew you had it. You can't even control your own behavior with what you know about you. You know you had surgery more than him. You're the one laying up on bed rest trying to heal with your hurt ass and back. You're the one that's hurt, so you know full well you just had surgery. But you threw punches, didn't you? Oh, but you want him to remember that you had surgery before he defend himself. See how nothing they do it matters, but everything they do should be accounted for. Like, it's so fucking crazy. It's a very illogical world that they're trying to create. And this is why men are literally offing themselves. Because when something happened that's wrong to them, they believe they're going to get vindication, justification. So they go to court about it, thinking that they'll weigh the facts and you'll see what happened. But when they go to court, they weigh the facts and they still guilty. But they say the same thing happened and it's a woman and she's not guilty. So for men, it's like, yo, a logical person in a world that's not logical, he's doomed, okay? And so what he'll do is he'll put it in his own hands. He won't go and litigate with a woman. He won't leave it up to hearsay. If she threatens to tell people he hit her, he'll just hit her. If she threatens to separate from his child, he'll just act out right there as if she has the power, because it seems that she does. She can keep him from his kid. She can leave and tell some lie about molestation or abuse or something to keep him from his kid. So if she makes that threat, you have to treat it very real. So now what will a man do if she say, I'm going to say you hit me? Well, if he knows he's going to be thrown in jail, lose his reputation, or lose his life, yo, why the hell not hit her anyway? And then women are saying, yo, all I did was made threats. He know I'm a girl just mad talking. He know I just say stuff when I'm mad. Yo, no, he don't. He know y'all go do that shit. He done experienced with somebody he's been with. He see it happening all the time online, every day around him. And now you saying the same shit these damn toxic women say? How's he not going to see you like them? How is he not going to respond to you like you wanted them, trying to kill him or hurt him or imprison him? This is why I say we got to raise our children to know how to treat women, raise our daughters, know how to treat men, especially in conflict, especially when you're angry, because that's when the worst behaviors come out. If your child ain't equipped to be disrespected and cheated on and be able to handle it in a proper way, they probably shouldn't be dating. So we warn our children about the strangers with candy, right? We warn our children about the kidnappers. We warn them about all these other things that can ruin their life and cause them harm. But we're not warning them about relationships and how dangerous they can be. We're not warning them about that. And this thing they grow up naturally wanting to pursue could ruin their life or cost them their life. Like your little girlfriend, your little daughter's boyfriend, your little son's little girlfriend could be the death of them. Y'all realize that, right? Because they're two immature kids who calling themselves in love, who don't know nothing about discipline or commitment. And if one of them get cheated on, they're not going to know how to handle it. That's your little son that you're sending out there that could get cheated on and not know how to handle it. That's your little girl that you're sending out there with this young boy, knowing they have high sex drives and struggle with committing and really live in how many women they can sleep with. If he cheats on her, she's out here getting cheated on and really not knowing how to handle that. And I don't care if you're young or old, getting cheated on fucking hurts. Being lied to, being manipulated, being talked to out your name and being mistreated, it fucking hurts. I don't care how old you are. And how many of you know the younger you were, the worse you handled it? When I was a kid, if a dude said something I didn't like, I was punching him in his mouth. Now I don't act like that because now I understand consequences. I have mental fortitude. I understand some things, right? I'm more mature than I was as a kid. I can handle it a little better. But you take me back to 15, 16, 17 and try that same shit and watch what you get. I lived for it. I lived for it. I wanted people around to see it when I hit you because I wanted the people around me to know what I was capable of. I was a totally different person, but I was young. I had no self-control, right? You act mad when you're mad, when you have no self-control. You act mad when you're mad, when you have no self-control. And y'all remember the parable, right? Be angry yet sin not, right? So if you act mad when you mad, yo, you are directly ruining your life with your behavior while you mad. So if you have no self-control, you're going to throw your life away as soon as somebody piss you off, do you wrong, do you dirty. And yes, they did you dirty. They told you they would be faithful to you. They told you they wasn't cheating on you. They told you that shit and they was wrong. But man, if you do something to them, you out of here. Believe it or not, you're supposed to let that person do you wrong and just leave them alone. I know that sounds crazy as hell, don't it? And if that sounds crazy as hell, you're too immature to be dating. I'm telling you now, if that sounds crazy as hell to you, that you can catch your woman cheating and you still ain't supposed to hit her or hurt her, you shouldn't be dating. If it sounds crazy as hell to you that you can catch your man cheating and you ain't supposed to go upside his head, try to put him in jail because that ain't cheating, he didn't hit you, you shouldn't be dating. You shouldn't be. Damn, why we don't get this stuff? Let's see what Debbie says. They're telling her that it was good what she said. She says, and when do grown women call her brother and his friends to find out if they are with girls or not? Right. And if my brother, why would that be a problem, men or women? She's lying. She was calling to find out what was going on. Right. She was. You're absolutely right. You understand? Absolute immaturity, family. We'll throw our life away in a moment due to simple immaturity. Yes, you're hurting. Yes, the pain you feeling is immense. You was just lied to. It ain't going to feel better at 40 if you're being lied to. You understand? That shit hurts. But we starting these relationships so young and so early. And our parents are not teaching us how to treat each other in relationships. They're just not. But it's these relationships that's ending us, these domestic disputes that is ending us. And we need to prepare our children for this, family. Okay? So after we do this thing, we're going to do a lecture, okay, or a live solely on how to train your children to be able to handle and navigate domestic partnerships, relationships, etc. Okay? This got to be taught. And parents, this is more important than school. Okay? School going to give them reading, writing, and arithmetic. But school is not going to teach them how to carry themselves and govern themselves in a toxic ass world. You need to teach your child how to be a defensive driver. Don't just teach them how to drive. The fact is, people are out here being fucking reckless and they only care about them. So they'll speed when it's raining. They'll speed with bad tires. They'll be bumping music and listening to headphones, be on the phone, all kind of shit with your kids out here driving. And if you don't teach them how to defensively drive, okay, why don't you ride somebody's ass when they drive it? Because they'll hit brakes. They don't be thinking. So child, stay farther back. You don't got to get there first. If somebody behind you speeding, trying to swerve and get around you, slow down, let their ass pass you. If they in front of you, slow down, let them get on. You don't want to be caught up in that. Look around you and see who's moving inappropriately and get away from them. You live your life like it is defensive driving 101. Okay? Do you understand, family? Treat life like it's a highway. We're all got different destinations, but we all unfortunately on the same roads. Okay? If somebody catch up to you and pass you or cut you off in traffic, say to yourself, they ain't going where I'm going. I ain't going to let my own mission get detoured because that person, this driver over here, stuck me a birdie. Forget them. My mission is that I left the house to get to where I plan to go in life. So what Travis Rudolph, he didn't have a choice here. Yeah, he wanted to play football, but he didn't have a choice because 4 men showed up at his door. But what those other men should have told themselves is, yo, I got a mission in life. I didn't wake up this morning and plan to go shoot nobody's shit up. So sis, I am not going to take your advice here. I'm in college, okay? I got a future I'm trying to maintain or establish or manifest. And like you said, hey, I'm supremely intelligent. I'm going to act on that supreme intelligence and tell you the right thing to do. You said he hit you, right? Did you go file a police report? That's what you need to do because those police will put a restraining order on him, sis. and keep him away. But you ain't gonna call your friends and go handle it for me. So you want me to risk our freedom and my friends' freedom in life, or just go ahead and attempt to put him in jail like he would deserve if he hits you, sis? Did you tell mommy and daddy to see what they think? Did he think to tell his mama that she was going to use his car to go over there? This is mama car that got shot all up. Anyway, family, I can go all day, okay? But tomorrow we're going to finish up. We'll not finish up, but tomorrow at 12 o'clock, we'll go over the cross-examination to the brother, from there. Before I end, let me read what Lawrence Atkinson says. Kevin, you hitting some black holes in the male and female relationships. Here and lead me to notice something in your delivery. When some seem to misunderstand you, when you deliver any line and you talking a little fast, many are not listening at the point but attack who is talking. But when you talk a little slower, people listen. So he said you hitting on some black holes in the male and female relationships here. And that led me to notice something in your delivery. When some seem to misunderstand you, when you deliver a line and you talking a little fast, many are not listening at the point but attack who is talking. Okay, but when you slow down, so maybe are you saying that I should talk slower, or are you saying that because you're throwing me off a little bit here? If I'm hitting some black holes, are you saying I'm leaving a lot out, sir? And are you saying that when I talk fast, people just can't hear me, so that's why they respond like that? So I should slow it down? Let me know. I really want to understand this. I definitely don't have a problem with correction. So I'm gonna let him give me try to help me understand it. Yes, just talk slower. Okay, so you're not saying, Lawrence, that I was missing some points of what you meant by black holes? I thought you meant like I was leaving a lot out or making it very vague or something like that. I am going to do a very in-depth breakdown. So if you feel like I'm missing holes, hopefully you can join us for that lecture, and you'll see that, or you can let me know that day if you feel the same, that I'm leaving holes and whatnot. I don't want to. I certainly don't. I have sons and daughters. I definitely don't. Sons and a daughter and a granddaughter. I definitely don't want to do some one-sided teaching to where it would be unbalanced on either side. I want a very fair world between men and women. I want us to love each other. I want us to know we need each other, that we are essential to each other's development and futures, that we are symbiotic, that we need one another. Without man, there is not woman. Without woman, there is not man. It is not one greater than the other. Okay. I think that we should both be considered when we're talking about laws, right? And how to treat people, not just women. And while women may be more vulnerable physically, men are more vulnerable verbally and when it comes to law. Okay. So I believe that the law should be fair. Nobody should be hitting anybody. Nobody should be lying and telling rumors on anybody. Nobody should be tricking babies on anybody. Paternity tests should be mandatory. Because I want what's right for the children. They deserve to know who their parents are. I'm not on the side of man or woman. I'm on the side of the children. I always say that I'm here for my ancestors, especially the ones who have yet to be here. Okay. And they want mothers and fathers. They want to be raised the right way. Do you understand? Sage in the City says your delivery is very thorough, but we understand there may be some personal moments because it hits so close to home for you. Absolutely. Absolutely. And Lawrence says black holes as in bringing out issues faced in real life and correct behaviors people should learn to live by. Oh, well, I appreciate that. That would be my goal, is those things that seem to elude us, that is really destroying our community. I want to make visible to everybody so we can actually focus on that hyperverbal elephant in the room. We know our communication is absolutely messed up. We know we don't respond right. We know we respond emotionally instead of with integrity. We know we say the things that bring the worst out of people instead of what leads to a healthy conversation. We know we do that. But then we say the other person shouldn't react to when we do that, that they should be the mature person, even though we're not being the mature person. And that's where we're going wrong. Okay, it's yin and yang. If you tend to start being immature, the person you're talking to may absolutely do that as well. Okay, they would have to be a person who's supremely more intellectual, mature than you, mental fortitude than you. And in that case, they should have never been around you. And far too many times we find ourselves with somebody that we just are better than. They're not worthy of you. They don't have the mental capacity or the maturity level to be able to have these dialogues that you're expecting. So you should just leave them alone. That's why I say, men, you shouldn't get emotionally angry at the woman. Once you realize she just does not have the mental capacity and the maturity level to be able to manage a relationship with you, then you just don't do it because you're married. I do it because she's incapable. You're protecting your life. You're making the best decisions for your life. And ladies, if you realize you with a man who's incapable of treating you correctly, incapable of committing, incapable of not cheating on you, doing you dirty, hitting you, all that stuff, no need to be mad. Understand he's an undisciplined person. Leave him alone. Get him out of your life, okay? A lot of what you're seeing represented in these people that you dating was done at home, and they don't know it's wrong. They're only duplicating or displaying what's in their brain, okay, family? So when you learn that, know that people can't necessarily be untaught. You can't teach an old dog new tricks, but you can take his ass to the pound. Now, I hate that. That's like as bad as two birds, one stone. It's a violent euphemism. I hate that. You can't teach an old dog new tricks, family. Okay? So once you realize that, yeah, and you still need that trick to be performed, you might need to get another dog, okay? So now a new dog can give an old dog an idea, okay? A new dog will push an old dog to straighten up. Sometimes you can bring a new dog around and the old dog, I have the new dog doing what the old dog was doing, but sometimes that new dog will correct that old dog. But in this case, family, you're not looking to keep that old dog around so they can give bad habits to the new dog, right? And pardon me if it sounds like I'm using women as dogs or pets. I would make the same reference when it comes to men. Ladies, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. You understand? Get you a new dog, one that can learn a different trick. If he can't treat you right, he can't talk to you like the woman that, like a woman that of honor, and you're not being rebellious. You're not being contentious. You're not being argumentative, and he's still doing that. You might not have a man who knows how to treat women. You might need to leave that relationship alone. You're setting yourself up for the worst, because if his banter gets to you one day, you never know what you're gonna do. I'm telling you, family, and it could be ruining his life. Y'all are ridiculous when y'all angry, and so are we. So it's best that we don't get there. All right, it's best that we work to stay off each other's bad side. Everybody has one, family. So what we'll do is we'll get on the other person's bad side and then criticize them for how their bad side looks. Stay off their bad side. Treat people like they should be treated. Treat people like they want to be treated, and likely you'll never have to deal with that. You understand, family? Appreciate that, Beauvais Thomas, as we get it, King. Okay, so tomorrow, family, at 12 noon, be there, be square. We're going to be discussing or reviewing the cross-examination between the prosecutor or the defense and DJ, the brother, okay? I look forward to seeing you guys here tomorrow. Be evolution, be the change that you want to see. No candle loses its flame from lighting another. And if you were to ever find yourself in the middle of chaos, believe me, it is in that chaos that you have found yourself. Peace, family.